Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Tonight we're going to step into a world that's been speaking all along. We just never learned to listen. Beneath our feet, in every forest, every garden, every field, an invisible conversation is taking place. Trees send warnings, flowers whisper through scent, and roots trade messages in darkness. The air itself is alive with chemical words and electric pulses. This is nature's secret language, older than speech, older than time. So sit back, close your eyes if you want, and let yourself drift into the quiet intelligence of the green world. The forest is never silent. It only seems that way to us. To human ears, it's a hush. The gentle sway of branches, the faint hum of insects, the slow rhythm of wind moving through leaves. But beneath that quiet, something far more intricate is happening. A constant exchange, a living language, built not of words but of molecules, light and pulse. The earth, beneath its skin of soil, is alive with conversation, one that began long before humans ever learned to speak. Every blade of grass, every oak, every wildflower is part of this ancient network. Roots stretch through darkness like fingers reaching for connection, brushing against neighbors, fungi, and unseen microbes. They send out tiny chemical signatures, each one a message. I'm here. I'm growing. I need water. Beware the pest. The soil becomes a whispering chamber, dense with communication, each molecule carrying intent. It's easy to think of plants as still, as passive things. They don't run, they don't scream, they don't hunt. Yet their stillness is deceptive, a strategy of patience rather than silence. Plants listen, they interpret, they respond. When light shifts, when a neighbor grows too close, when danger approaches, their entire physiology becomes a form of speech. Their leaves alter chemistry, their roots release signals, their stems shift direction. They speak through reaction, through rhythm, through subtle change. Imagine standing in a forest at dawn. Sunlight drips between branches, and dew gathers on moss. Beneath your feet, thousands of roots are awake, sensing vibrations, tasting minerals, measuring the moisture in the air. Through microscopic channels called mycorrhizae, threads of fungi connect them. The wood-wide web, a living network linking one tree to another. Carbon, nitrogen, and information flow through these threads, forming a shared consciousness of sorts. When one tree suffers drought, others nearby adjust their water use. When one is attacked by insects, it sends alerts underground, urging its neighbors to prepare their defenses. The forest is not a collection of individuals. It's a single organism, breathing in unison. Science has only begun to translate this quiet code. In laboratories and woodlands alike, researchers have found proof of what indigenous cultures have whispered for centuries, that the earth is alive and aware. Using sensors, scientists have recorded tiny electrical impulses traveling through stems and leaves, moving like neural signals. They've traced volatile organic compounds drifting through the air, carrying messages from one plant to another. They've seen roots avoid rivals and move toward allies. In their own way, plants think, not with neurons, but with networks. But communication is more than data. It's intention. When a caterpillar begins to chew on a leaf, the wounded plant releases a distress call, a burst of chemicals that float through the air. Nearby, plants detect the signal and respond by producing toxins in their own leaves, a silent warning carried on the breeze. Some plants even summon help, releasing scents that attract predators of the herbivore attacking them. It's strategy, coordination, survival through connection. Even light itself becomes a medium of dialogue. A growing plant senses the angle and intensity of illumination, but it also detects the reflected color of its neighbors. A shift in red and far-red wavelengths tells it whether another plant is nearby, shading its light. The plant reacts, elongating, leaning, or adjusting its leaves to compete. This isn't instinct, it's negotiation, a constant back and forth between need and environment. Yet the beauty of this communication lies not in aggression, but in cooperation. In dense forests, elder trees, often called mother trees, have been found to send extra nutrients to shaded seedlings through fungal threads, nurturing their growth. When one tree dies, it releases a final gift: stored carbon and nitrogen transferred into the network, feeding others. Even decay becomes dialogue. Nothing is wasted, everything speaks. This symphony of silence is not limited to forests. In meadows, flowers emit specific scents to attract pollinators, a kind of chemical invitation written in perfume. But those same fragrances can carry coded warnings to neighboring blooms, adjusting their timing or chemistry. In deserts, cacti sense vibrations from approaching rain and adjust their pores in anticipation. In coral reefs, mangrove roots share nutrients with algae. Across every biome, communication threads through life like breath through lungs. To the human eye, these exchanges are invisible, but they are constant. And if we could see them, the world would shimmer with meaning. Every gust of wind would carry information. Every drop of sap would pulse with memory. The forest floor would glow with invisible signals, a web of light and chemistry connecting everything alive. What makes it extraordinary is how humble it all is. Plants don't shout, they whisper. Their power is patience. Where animals conquer, they coordinate. Where we seek dominance, they seek balance. Theirs is a language of resilience, slow, quiet, unstoppable. It doesn't depend on intelligence as we define it, but on awareness, a deep cellular knowing that all life is interconnected. And perhaps the most haunting thought is this: when we walk through a forest, we are not alone. The ground beneath us listens. The leaves turn subtly in our presence. The trees register our breath, the heat of our bodies, the vibrations of our steps. They may not understand us, but they feel us. We are part of their story, just as they are part of ours. For millions of years, this green language has shaped the planet. It maintains balance, restores harmony, and ensures survival. Long before humanity arrived, it kept ecosystems alive. And even now, as we race to decode it, it reminds us of something we've forgotten: that silence is not absence, and stillness is not emptiness. Life speaks in ways we cannot hear. The forest is not mute. The grass is not dumb. The earth is not still. All of it is alive, humming, breathing, thinking, in a symphony so vast that only patience can hear it. If you listen closely, not with your ears but with your attention, the silence of the natural world starts to rearrange itself. It becomes rhythm, it becomes dialogue, it becomes a pulse. The forest, the meadow, the desert, even the cracks in the concrete. Everywhere life grows, there is language. We just never learned how to hear it. In the damp soil beneath your shoes, roots move with intention. They twist and branch in directions that make sense only when you see them as part of a larger map, a living circuitry beneath the surface. These roots are not just anchors, they are explorers, diplomats, and informants. Through them flows a constant trade: minerals for sugars, water for carbon, signal for response. And at the heart of this exchange lies the unseen middleman, the fungus. Under a microscope, fungal threads, hyphae, look like threads of light, impossibly thin and infinitely complex. These filaments form vast underground webs called mycorrhizal networks, and through them, forests become families. The fungi connect one root system to another, forming bridges that allow the sharing of resources and information. A single handful of forest soil can contain kilometers of these threads, linking trees across entire ecosystems. Some scientists call it the wood wide web. It's through this web that plants whisper: carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus. These are not just nutrients, but messages. When a birch tree begins to lose sunlight in the spring, a nearby fir might send it carbon through the network. Later in autumn, when the birch's leaves catch more light, it repays the favor. This isn't charity, it's collaboration, a living economy of give and take, measured not in money, but in energy and trust. Dr. Suzanne Simard, a pioneering forest ecologist, once traced radioactive carbon through this underground network. What she discovered changed everything we thought we knew about forests. The carbon didn't stop at the roots that absorbed it. It traveled through the fungal threads to other trees, even those of different species. Old, established giants, what Simard calls mother trees, were feeding younger seedlings, even those far from their shade. When the mother trees were injured or dying, they sent their remaining nutrients into the soil, as if giving their last words to the next generation. Death, even here, was a form of communication. But this system is not purely benevolent. It's also political, competitive, complex. Some trees hoard resources, cutting others off. Some fungi form alliances, favoring certain partners. There are cheaters, thieves, and parasites in this network, just as there are in ours. Yet even in that competition, balance emerges, because the survival of one species often depends on the strength of the whole. Every transaction, every signal, shapes the health of the ecosystem. If you could stand within this invisible network, you might see pulses of energy moving like starlight through veins of soil. Every signal, a chemical shift, a change in electrical charge, carries meaning. Plants don't need sound to speak. Their communication is molecular. A cut leaf releases jasmonic acid, warning others to arm themselves against insects. A hungry root secretes strigolactones, calling out to fungi for assistance. A shaded sapling senses the far red reflection from its neighbors and changes its growth angle to find light. Each reaction is an answer to an unspoken question. What is happening around me? Plants may not have brains, but they have memory. They record experience in the patterns of their chemistry, the structure of their cells, the behavior of their genes. A drought, once endured, changes how a plant responds to the next one. A wound teaches it resilience. Even seeds, tiny, dormant hearts, can carry echoes of what their parents endured, passing wisdom encoded in proteins and hormones. They remember, and in remembering, they adapt. There's poetry in that. The idea that a being without consciousness, as we understand it, can still learn and respond. That the act of living is itself a kind of intelligence. Maybe the line between thought and instinct is thinner than we imagine. Maybe awareness doesn't need a brain. Maybe it only needs connection. When you walk through a forest and brush against the bark of a tree, that tree knows, not as we know, with thought and language, but through the immediate recognition of change. Its cells react, its flow of sap adjusts. It senses the temperature of your touch. Every rustle, every footprint, every drop of rain becomes part of its ongoing conversation with the world. It's humbling, really. Humanity once believed intelligence belonged only to us, that thought began and ended in our minds. Yet the more we study the green world, the more it challenges our arrogance. The forest does not think in words or symbols, but in chemistry, in current, in pulse. It doesn't analyze, it feels in its own slow and sacred rhythm. And maybe that's the lesson hidden in all this silence. That communication doesn't always require noise. That awareness doesn't always shout. In the human world, we equate speech with power, dominance, persuasion. But the plants remind us that real connection can be quiet, constant, unseen. Their language is one of patience, a millennia-long dialogue between roots and rain, light and leaf, soil and soul. What happens in one corner of the ecosystem ripples through it all. A fallen tree becomes nourishment. A sprouting seed becomes shelter. A patch of moss filters the air. A wildflower feeds a bee, and the bee carries life to the next valley. It's an endless chain of cause and effect, a reminder that no life stands alone. So next time you find yourself standing among trees, don't just see, listen. Beneath the ground, an entire civilization is alive, humming, exchanging, surviving. You are walking across a network older than time, and it's listening to you too. The silent symphony never stops. We just have to remember that silence, when you truly hear it, is full of song. Beneath every step we take, beneath every meadow, garden, or forest floor, there lies an invisible city, ancient, intricate, alive. It has no skyline, no sunlight, no sound, and yet it hums with connection. The citizens of this hidden world are roots, weaving through darkness like veins of the earth itself. To us, they're unseen, uncelebrated. But to the plants, they are everything: the mouth, the mind, and the messenger. The true life of a forest doesn't unfold in the wind, it breathes underground. Roots are not just anchors. They are explorers, engineers, and diplomats. They move with purpose, sensing gravity, moisture, and the faintest traces of nutrients. Their tips are soft but astonishingly perceptive. Each one a living sensor capable of detecting chemical changes, vibrations, and even the electrical fields of nearby life. Every millimeter of soil they touch is analyzed, interpreted, and responded to. They navigate like blind travelers who somehow always know the way home. At the tip of every root lies a region called the root cap, a cluster of cells that pushes gently through the soil, releasing lubricants and chemical signals as it moves. These signals serve as introductions, polite molecular greetings to the bacteria, fungi, and other plants nearby. Through these whispers, roots negotiate space and safety, deciding where to grow, where to turn, where to stop. When roots of the same species meet, they may entwine like hands in recognition. When strangers collide, they often recoil, secreting compounds that mark territory. But roots are not isolationists. They are social. Around them gathers a vibrant community of microbes known as the rhizosphere, a microscopic metropolis where bacteria, fungi, and archaea feed on the sugars that roots exude. In return, these microbes unlock nutrients from the soil, defend their hosts from disease, and help them adapt to stress. It's not ownership, it's alliance, a living trade agreement written in chemistry and time. The most extraordinary alliances happen between roots and fungi, a partnership so ancient it predates the rise of forests themselves. These mycorrhizal fungi attach to roots, forming vast, filament-like networks that extend the plant's reach. Through them, trees and grasses access water and minerals miles away. In exchange, the fungi receive carbon-rich sugars, the currency of photosynthesis. But this relationship goes beyond trade. The fungi carry messages, alarm signals, growth cues, even recognition patterns. Through them, roots can communicate with plants they never touch. Imagine a birch tree sending carbon to a neighboring fir through fungal threads, or an acacia warning its neighbors of approaching grazers by releasing specific molecules that travel underground. These are not random exchanges. They are deliberate acts of cooperation. In some forests, seedlings that would otherwise die in the shade survive because nearby adults feed them through the fungal web. Life, it seems, depends not on competition but conversation. The complexity deepens when we consider how roots distinguish friend from foe. Scientists have discovered that plants recognize their kin, not by sight or smell, but through chemical identity. When roots of the same family meet, they grow closer, sharing resources. When they encounter unrelated individuals, they alter direction or increase defensive secretions. This recognition system is so sensitive that a plant can detect genetic similarity through the faint molecular fingerprints exuded by another's roots. Even in darkness, plants know who's beside them. Roots also listen to vibrations. In one experiment, researchers exposed young corn roots to the sound frequency of flowing water. Even without moisture present, the roots grew toward the sound. In other tests, roots responded to the vibrations caused by the chewing of insect larvae, preemptively releasing chemicals to deter attack. It's a kind of awareness that blurs the line between instinct and intelligence. The messages don't stop there. Roots secrete compounds that can suppress competitors, a strategy called allelopathy. Black walnut trees, for example, release juglone, a chemical that inhibits the growth of nearby plants, claiming more territory for themselves. Sagebrush and sunflowers do it too, releasing toxins that shape the communities around them. What may seem like passive coexistence is, in truth, an underground chess game, every move calculated in molecules. Yet for every act of competition, there is an act of care. When drought strikes, roots alter their exudates to attract drought-tolerant microbes. When nutrients run low, they signal symbiotic fungi to expand their networks. When one plant is wounded, others nearby begin shifting their own defenses. It's as though the soil itself has a nervous system, slow, silent, but undeniably responsive. To the human eye, the ground is still. But beneath it, roots are constantly reaching, testing, learning. Some species grow roots deeper than skyscrapers are tall. Others create dense mats near the surface, spreading wide rather than down, connecting ecosystems in ways we're only beginning to understand. A single oak tree may host hundreds of fungal species, each with its own role and territory. The result is a kind of organic internet, data packets of sugar and signal moving between living nodes, a web that sustains everything from mushrooms to mammals. Even death is part of this network's language. When roots decay, they release stored nutrients into the soil, feeding the next generation. Microbes rush in to decompose the remains, releasing carbon that feeds nearby plants. The system is self-correcting, endlessly recycling, endlessly aware. The secret language of roots is not spoken in syllables or sentences, but in chemistry and cooperation. It's a conversation written in carbon, in scentless pheromones and invisible signals that shape the world we see above. To walk through a forest is to walk across the surface of an ancient, intelligent network that's been listening and responding for 500 million years. And perhaps that's the quiet miracle of it. That beneath the noise of human life, a far older dialogue continues without interruption. Every root that touches soil is part of a conversation about survival, balance, and belonging. The forest does not speak our language, but the earth beneath it never stops talking. If we could see beneath the ground in real time, the world as we know it would change forever. Beneath every tree, every patch of moss, every blade of grass, lies a shimmering map of life. A world of threads and tendrils, glowing with the slow pulse of energy and exchange. Roots weave through the soil like veins through skin, each one tracing invisible pathways of conversation. To the human eye, soil looks like chaos, random grains of earth and rock. But to the plants, it's as organized as any city. There are highways of fungi, intersections of bacteria, couriers of carbon, and secret messengers carrying stories from one living thing to another. The deeper we study this hidden world, the more it challenges our definition of intelligence. Because down here in the darkness, communication is constant, but not linear. It moves through chemical gradients, electrical pulses, molecular memories. It is not language as we speak it, but it is still meaning, shared, exchanged, and remembered. The root network is not just plumbing, it's processing. It senses danger, reroutes energy, and makes decisions that ensure survival. Scientists once believed that these exchanges were simple, just one plant sharing excess carbon with another through fungi. But studies now reveal a complexity that mirrors neural networks. In some forests, messages travel preferentially to kin over strangers, suggesting a kind of recognition memory. When an elder tree sends nutrients to a seedling, it doesn't do so randomly. It chooses. This selectivity implies awareness, a sense of community written not in thought, but in chemistry. Electrical signaling plays a role too. When a root tip encounters an obstacle or another root, tiny shifts in voltage occur. Spikes that travel up the plant's vascular system, similar in pattern to impulses in animal neurons. These spikes can trigger hormonal changes, altering growth direction or even stress responses. It's a primitive, decentralized intelligence, a web of responses, each node acting locally but producing global coordination. In one experiment, researchers placed sensors on the roots of bean plants and observed that they emitted distinct electrical oscillations when exposed to various stimuli: water, nutrients, touch. When a neighboring plant received these signals through the soil, its own electrical rhythm changed, as if tuning itself to the same frequency. It's as though plants maintain an underground conversation in pulses and pauses, like music too slow for human ears to perceive. Another experiment revealed that roots can detect the presence of competitors even before direct contact. By analyzing subtle changes in the chemical makeup of the soil, the exudates that other roots release, a plant knows whether its neighbor is friend, foe, or kin. Depending on that identity, it may grow toward them in cooperation or away in defense. This sensitivity extends to the microbial level. Roots can encourage the growth of certain bacteria while suppressing others, shaping the soil community to suit their needs. The soil is not static. It is sculpted by its inhabitants, moment by moment. But perhaps the most haunting discovery is that roots can also send distress calls through their networks. When a plant is attacked by pathogens or pests, it alters the cocktail of chemicals it exudes. Those signals ripple outward, alerting neighboring plants to prepare their defenses, even if those neighbors are of a different species. The underground world becomes a battlefield of invisible strategies. Some plants, unable to defend themselves effectively, recruit fungi to help. The fungi respond by enhancing their protective enzymes or altering their pathways to fortify their hosts. It's not just survival, it's alliance. At the heart of all this communication lies reciprocity. Nothing in the soil acts alone. Fungi, for instance, depend entirely on the carbon plants provide. In return, they extend the plant's reach, accessing water and minerals far beyond the root zone. This relationship is so vital that 90% of all plant species are mycorrhizal, meaning their roots are entwined with fungal partners. The forest, in essence, is not made of individuals but of symbioses. In a way, roots and fungi mirror the human brain. Where neurons pass messages through synapses, roots send signals through fungal bridges. Where our brains process information through patterns of electrical firing, the soil processes meaning through gradients of chemistry. The resemblance isn't metaphorical, it's mathematical. Researchers have found that the structure of mycorrhizal networks follows the same fractal geometry as neural systems, optimizing for efficiency and resilience. The Earth's underground web might be the oldest form of intelligence we've ever encountered, one that doesn't think, but knows. And yet, despite all this evidence, there remains something ineffable about it. We can describe the mechanisms, the exudates, the signals, the voltages, but we cannot quite capture the feeling of what it means. The forest's communication system doesn't just transmit data, it carries emotion in the way only life can. A tree under stress, fighting drought or disease, sends urgency through its roots. A nearby sapling responds with generosity, rerouting carbon it could have used for itself. There is empathy, or something close to it, flowing beneath the ground. To stand above this invisible city is to realize how connected we truly are to everything that grows. Every meal we eat, every breath we take, depends on the silent work of roots. They feed us, shelter us, and even heal the atmosphere, pulling carbon from the air and burying it beneath our feet. And they do all of this not alone, but together, a vast collective that measures time in centuries and survival in cooperation. Our human networks, made of cables and codes, often mirror the mycorrhizal one, but ours are loud, fast and fragile. Theirs is slow, patient and eternal. Where we build, they grow. Where we speak, they listen. Where we seek dominance, they seek balance. The contrast is humbling and maybe instructive, because the language of roots teaches a truth that echoes beyond biology. That strength is not isolation, but connection. That life endures not through conquest, but through collaboration. Beneath every flower, every forest, every field, that truth lives, whispering through soil and stone. We stand on the surface of a vast, invisible conversation, one that has never stopped since the first green shoots rose from the primordial earth. And if we could translate its language, if we could truly hear it, perhaps we'd find that nature has been saying the same thing all along. We are one. We have always been one. There are worlds beneath this one, layers of life that hum just out of sight, more intricate than any city we've built. Beneath the forest floor, under the carpet of fallen leaves and moss, lies an invisible network connecting every tree, shrub and blade of grass. It is not made of wires or light, but of threads, ancient filaments of fungi so fine that a single gram of soil can contain kilometers of them. This is the wood wide web, the hidden internet of the natural world. And through it, the forest speaks. The idea that trees might communicate through underground fungi once sounded like myth. Even among scientists, it was dismissed as poetic nonsense, the kind of metaphor that belongs in fairy tales, not field studies. But nature, patient as ever, waited for us to catch up. Decades of research have now revealed the truth. Forests are social organisms, sustained not by competition alone, but by a deep and dynamic cooperation. The wood wide web is their nervous system and their bloodstream. It begins with mycorrhizae, a symbiotic relationship between plant roots and fungi. The name comes from Greek, mykes, meaning fungus, and rhiza, meaning root. These fungi weave themselves into the outer layers of a plant's roots, forming vast subterranean threads called hyphae. These threads spread outward, linking multiple plants together in a dense mesh. Through these networks flow nutrients, water and chemical messages, information carried in molecular form. Imagine a single forest, connected from root to canopy through this living web. The towering pine on the hill sends excess carbon to a struggling sapling in the shade below. The dying birch, sensing its end, releases a final pulse of nitrogen and phosphorus into the soil, nutrients that find their way through the fungal pathways to feed seedlings it will never see grow. The forest breathes as one organism, its survival dependent on an intelligence that transcends individual life. The person who gave this idea scientific grounding was Dr. Suzanne Simard, an ecologist from British Columbia. In the 1990s, she conducted groundbreaking experiments that changed our understanding of forests forever. Using radioactive carbon isotopes, she traced the flow of carbon molecules between trees. To her astonishment, she found that the carbon didn't remain within individual trees. It moved through the mycorrhizal network, from one tree to another, even between different species. Birch and fir, thought to be competitors, were in fact sharing resources. Her discovery was revolutionary. Forests, she realized, were not battlefields of survival, but communities of cooperation. The largest and oldest trees, the mother trees, act as hubs in this network, distributing nutrients and signals to younger trees. When a mother tree is damaged, it sends warning messages through the network, preparing others for stress. When it dies, it releases a final gift, a surge of stored carbon and nitrogen that nourishes its kin. It's not hard to see the poetry in that, a system built not on dominance, but generosity. Yet the science behind it is rigorous. The fungal threads, called mycelium, act as physical conduits. Plants send sugars, their hard-earned energy from photosynthesis, through the mycelium in exchange for minerals and water. But these sugars can also be diverted elsewhere. One tree's surplus becomes another's salvation. Some species even share across generations, with mother trees sending more resources to their offspring than to unrelated neighbors. It is, in a sense, an act of ecological love. But this love is not blind. The network has politics. Not all exchanges are fair. Some fungi hoard resources, forming monopolies over nutrients. Some plants cheat, taking without giving. Orchids, for example, often exploit fungal networks, stealing sugars without providing carbon in return. The result is a system as complex as any human society, full of cooperation, competition, and negotiation. Still, balance is maintained because life depends on it. The web also carries information. When insects chew through leaves, the injured plant releases chemical distress signals that travel through its roots into the fungal network. Neighboring trees receive the warning and begin producing defensive compounds even before the threat reaches them. In one experiment, researchers observed that a tree attacked by aphids triggered a defense response in another tree several meters away, connected not by air, but by fungus. The forest, it seems, has a kind of collective awareness. And yet it's not only danger that travels this way. Growth hormones, drought warnings, even subtle changes in seasonal cycles all ripple through the web. The result is a system capable of resilience and adaptation. The network smooths out the extremes, distributing resources to where they're needed most. It's what allows ancient forests to recover from storms, fires, and disease. Beneath the devastation, the web endures, storing memory in its threads. If we could see it, really see it, the ground beneath a forest would look like a galaxy inverted, constellations of life pulsing through darkness. Each root, each filament, each microscopic junction would shine with meaning. Every exchange, every signal, a flicker in an ancient conversation. It would reveal what the Greeks once suspected and what science is only now proving, that the world is alive with reason, if not in the way we define it. The Wood Wide Web is a kind of earthly internet, but with one crucial difference. It has no ego. It exists not to compete, but to connect. Its every thread serves a purpose larger than itself. And within that truth lies a quiet lesson for humanity. That survival depends not on isolation, but on collaboration. The trees have known this for millennia. They reach upward toward light, but their strength comes from the darkness they share below. So next time you walk through a forest, know this. The silence underfoot is not empty. It is full of messages, moving slower than thought, but deeper than speech. Beneath every root lies a bridge. Beneath every step, a pulse. Beneath every breath, a story still being told. The forest is not a collection of trees. It's a community of listeners. And you, standing there, breathing in its air, are part of its conversation too. The deeper you go, the more the forest reveals itself, not as a collection of trees, but as a single, breathing intelligence. What we call soil is really a galaxy of filaments, each strand of fungal hyphae carrying whispers of carbon and intention. Together, they create a living architecture that stretches from mountaintops to marshes, a global circuitry of cooperation. This is the Wood Wide Web in its full design, not a metaphor, but a reality woven through darkness, more ancient than mammals, more enduring than stone. Every thread of fungus is a conduit. Each microscopic strand can sense pressure, moisture, heat, and chemical gradients with precision. As these strands merge, they form highways of information, connecting not just one forest, but potentially entire landscapes. Some species of fungus specialize in local networks, clinging tightly to a single host tree. Others roam freely through the soil, linking species across vast distances. The result is a layered web, a decentralized intelligence that mirrors the neural maps of animal brains. The forest thinks, but its thoughts move slowly, carried in molecules instead of sparks. Under the microscope, this structure looks like lace made of light. Hyphae branch and fuse, forming intersections where nutrients pause before traveling onward. At these junctions, decisions are made, not consciously, but algorithmically. The fungus assesses demand, which roots are thirsty, which trees are struggling, where is the balance tipping. Through a chemistry of ions and sugars, it decides. Energy flows not by accident, but by negotiation. Each thread becomes a vote in the grand parliament of the forest floor. What astonishes researchers is how adaptive this network is. Cut it in half, and it reroots. Flood it, and it waits, dormant until air returns. Burn it, and its spores rise again in ash, rebuilding the system from memory. In resilience, no technology we've made can match it. Engineers studying distributed computing have begun modeling systems after mycorrhizal behavior, networks that heal, reroute, and self-optimize without central control. The forest is, in essence, the original internet, a network designed by evolution instead of code. The architecture also remembers. Experiments show that fungi learn from repeated experience. When exposed to obstacles, hyphae navigate faster the second time. They anticipate, adjusting growth to avoid inefficiency. Memory in a being without neurons, how can that be? Perhaps because memory, at its core, is not about thought, but about adaptation. The network encodes its history in structure, storing lessons in the shape of its growth. Every filament that curls around a rock or detours from toxins is a record, a tiny fossil of experience. In the human world, we call that intelligence. In the forest, it's simply life being itself, organized, observant, aware. The wood wide web does more than move food. It shapes emotion in ecosystems. When a mother tree senses her kin through the network, she moderates her flow of carbon accordingly. When a non-kin intrudes, she may restrict supply. Researchers measuring isotopic signatures have seen this pattern repeated. Generosity toward family, restraint toward strangers. It's cooperation with boundaries, evolutionary empathy, balanced by survival. Even fungi participate in this diplomacy. Some species mediate fairly, sharing nutrients widely. Others act as brokers, demanding higher sugar tolls from plants that rely on them. The system's fairness depends on balance, not benevolence. Above ground, we see trees as still. Below, their relationships are alive with movement. Picture it, a single lightning storm passing overhead. The rain that follows seeps into the soil, and the network wakes. Moisture sends electrical ripples through the hyphae, signaling opportunity. Roots open their pores, sugar begins to flow, and the underground commerce resumes. Within hours, messages have traveled from one end of the grove to the other. Water is here. Grow. Heal. It's an economy of response, coordinated without hierarchy, guided by necessity and rhythm. The beauty of this network is that it blurs the line between individual and collective. A tree is not an isolated being, it's a node in a living circuit. Its identity extends through the fungus, into its neighbors, into the soil itself. If one part weakens, the rest compensate. The health of the forest depends not on the strength of one trunk, but on the harmony of the whole. To damage one root system is to disturb a chorus. In recent years, scientists have begun mapping these underground webs using DNA sequencing and 3D imaging. What they've uncovered is breathtaking. Some fungal networks stretch over thousands of acres. The largest known organism on Earth isn't a whale or a redwood, but a single honey fungus in Oregon, spanning nearly 4 square miles and estimated to be thousands of years old. It's a living memory of the land, growing, dying, and regrowing as forests rise and fall. Its genetic fingerprints tell the story of centuries. When you walk across that forest, you tread on a single, ancient mind. Yet the wood-wide web is not invincible. Pollution, deforestation, and soil degradation tear its threads apart. When the connection breaks, forests lose their resilience. Seedlings fail to thrive, nutrients remain locked away, and disease spreads unchecked. The silence beneath the soil becomes true silence, a loss not just of life, but of language. Rebuilding that network takes decades, sometimes centuries. Each severed root is a sentence forgotten. But even in brokenness, the system endures. Fungal spores travel on the wind, waiting for the right conditions to begin again. Roots probe cautiously into sterile soil, releasing signals like questions. Is anyone there? When the answer finally comes, when fungus meets root, communication resumes, tentative at first, then fluent. The conversation of life starts over, as it has for millions of years. For humanity, understanding this hidden architecture is more than curiosity. It's a reminder. Our own survival depends on these quiet networks. They filter our water, recycle our carbon, feed our crops, cool our planet. The wood-wide web is the Earth's circulatory system. Every breath of air, every bite of food passes through its invisible hands. The forest's secret teaches a truth older than speech. Connection is creation. The strength of the world lies in its interdependence. No being, however tall or small, exists alone. The trees know this, the fungi know this, the soil remembers. And when we listen, truly listen, we might hear what the roots have been saying all along. That life is not a solitary journey, but a shared network of becoming. Beneath our feet, that message never stops flowing. It moves through the darkness, patient and eternal, waiting for us to finally understand. Every forest has its elders, ancient towering beings whose roots reach deeper than memory, and whose branches cradle the sky like hands that have held sunlight for centuries. They stand quietly among their descendants, weathering storms, sheltering life, and holding knowledge in the rings of their wood. These are the mother trees, the guardians of the forest, the teachers of the green world. To the human eye, they are merely old, but to the forest, they are wisdom itself. In the silence of the woods, it's easy to overlook them. A mother tree doesn't call attention to herself. She is not the brightest bloom or the swiftest grower. She simply is, enduring, steady, and generous. Beneath her, the soil pulses with life. Her roots stretch outward like veins of memory, connecting her to hundreds of other trees through the mycorrhizal network. Through these threads of fungi, she sends out gifts, not of words, but of nourishment, warning, and care. She is the beating heart of an underground civilization. Dr. Suzanne Simard first discovered this truth in the forests of British Columbia. She tagged carbon molecules in an old Douglas fir and followed their journey through the soil. To her astonishment, the carbon traveled outward, passing into the roots of smaller seedlings nearby. The flow wasn't random, it was directed, intentional. The elder tree was feeding her kin. When the forest was stressed, when drought came or shade grew heavy, the mother tree sent more. She seemed to know which of her children was struggling. Simard's work revealed a network of relationships that defied the traditional idea of trees as solitary beings. The forest, she found, is not a battlefield, but a family. The mother trees, through their fungal partners, act as central hubs, distributing carbon, nitrogen, and knowledge. When they are removed, entire ecosystems falter. Seedlings fail to thrive, biodiversity declines, and soil health collapses. Without the elders, the forest forgets how to care for itself. The mother trees are not defined by age alone, but by their connectivity. Their vast root systems make them anchors in the network, communication centers through which information flows. A single mother tree can be linked to hundreds of others, managing an invisible economy of nutrients. When disease or insects attack one region, the warning travels through her roots to others far away. The young respond by changing the chemistry of their leaves, arming themselves against the coming threat. It is a kind of wisdom passed not through language, but through living connection. But her care extends beyond protection. The mother tree also decides who gets to grow. Beneath her shade, her seedlings wait. Too much sunlight would scorch them, too little, and they wither. Through her canopy, she filters the light, allowing just enough to nurture, not overwhelm. Beneath the soil, she sends carbon, slow trickles of food to sustain them, while their own leaves are too small to catch enough sun. It is patience turned into sustenance. It is motherhood written in chlorophyll. Even in death, the mother tree continues to give. As her body decays, her nutrients feed the network. Fungi, insects, and microbes break her down, releasing her life back into the soil. Her carbon moves outward, her nitrogen seeps into new roots, her memory is recycled into future generations. In the forest, death is not an ending, it is a redistribution. The mother tree's fall is not loss, it is legacy. To stand beside such a tree is to feel time in its rawest form. You can press your hand against the bark and sense centuries of rain and sun, of wind carving its story into rings beneath your touch. It's humbling to realize that when this tree was young, entire civilizations had yet to rise and fall. While we measure our lives in decades, the mother trees measure theirs in epochs. They do not hurry, they endure. The indigenous peoples of many lands have long known what science is only beginning to articulate, that the forest is conscious, relational, alive. In their stories, the elders of the forest are spirits of wisdom, guardians of the land's memory. They teach balance, patience, and respect. When scientists mapped the communication networks of mother trees, it was as though ancient myth and modern data finally met. Two languages describing the same truth from different directions. And it's not only forests that hold mothers. Grasslands, coral reefs, even microbial colonies have their elders, organisms that hold the collective memory of their communities. But in trees, this maternal instinct takes form we can see. In the soft cradle of a forest clearing, the seedlings huddle beneath their mother's arms, waiting for her signals, her shade, her strength. They grow because she gives. Human culture once reflected this wisdom too. We lived in villages that functioned like ecosystems, where elders guided the young, where knowledge passed not through books, but through connection. Somewhere along the way, we forgot that rhythm. We replaced the patience of growth with the pace of extraction. We cut down the mother trees of our own species, the mentors, the teachers, the quiet ones who held the memory of what it means to belong. Yet nature remembers. Even now, in forests scarred by logging or fire, new networks begin to form. Roots probe through ash, seeking partners. Fungal threads stretch through the soil, weaving new connections. The forest heals by remembering how to communicate. And somewhere in that recovery, a young tree will grow old enough, connected enough, wise enough to become a mother itself. The cycle begins again. The mother trees teach us that strength isn't about standing tallest, but about holding others up. That wisdom isn't about knowing everything, but about listening deeply. That even in silence, love can travel. Not through words, but through action, through nourishment, through presence. So the next time you walk through an old forest, look for her. She's the one whose roots rise above the soil like ancient hands. The one whose trunk bears the scars of centuries, yet still flowers in spring. The one whose shade feels like home. She may not speak, but she has been speaking all along, in the language of connection. Beneath your feet, her roots are still writing stories, stories of survival, generosity, and grace. Stories we've only just begun to read. When a mother tree dies, the forest changes. The silence that follows is not just the absence of her shade. It is the quieting of an entire language. The network beneath the soil loses its center of gravity. Nutrient flows falter, communication weakens, and young seedlings struggle to find their rhythm in the darkness. It is not unlike the loss of a matriarch in a family. Invisible threads of stability suddenly unravel, leaving the younger generations to find their footing alone. Scientists have measured this ripple effect. In plots where mother trees were removed, seedlings showed higher mortality, slower growth, and greater vulnerability to stress. The difference wasn't only biological, it was social. Without the central hubs, the forest's coordination fractured. The old trees do not merely provide shade or nutrients, they maintain balance. They moderate the flow of carbon, distribute resources where they're needed most, and even mediate between species that might otherwise compete. In their absence, the equilibrium breaks. The concept of mother trees has changed how we think about forests. For centuries, human forestry operated on the principle of competition, that the strongest trees should be preserved and the weaker ones cleared to make way for profit. But in reality, the opposite is true. The elders are not rivals. They are the roots of resilience. Removing them disrupts the collective intelligence of the ecosystem. As Dr. Suzanne Simard once said, if we lose the mother trees, we lose the memory of the forest. That memory is not metaphorical. Trees remember, not in the way humans do with images or words, but through chemical and structural adaptation. They encode the experiences of drought, frost, and disease within their rings, their roots, their DNA. When the mother trees communicate through the mycorrhizal web, they share those adaptive lessons. The next generation inherits not just carbon, but knowledge, the wisdom of survival. It is evolution played out not only through genetics, but through community. Consider what happens in a forest recovering from fire. The ground is charred, the canopy gone. But below the ash, the network still hums faintly. Mycorrhizal fungi, shielded in the soil, connect surviving roots to the first sprouts of new life. In this fragile stage, mother trees act as lifelines. Their deep roots draw water from aquifers, their leaves capture sunlight, and through the fungal threads, they send energy to seedlings struggling in the shadow of loss. They restore hope molecule by molecule. When humans remove these elders, the cycle is broken. Without their long roots and wide networks, soil loses moisture, nutrients leach away, and fungi starve. The next generation grows isolated, weaker, less adaptable. A forest without mothers forgets how to cooperate. And when cooperation fades, so does resilience. There's a haunting parallel here to our own species. In modern societies, we've grown disconnected from our elders, from the slow wisdom of time. We build upward and forward, but rarely downward and together. We've replaced mentorship with algorithms, community with consumption. Like young trees cut from their network, we struggle to grow in fragmented soil. The forest mirrors us, or perhaps we mirror it. The loss of the mother trees isn't just an ecological tragedy, it's a reflection of a cultural one. Yet even in loss, there is recovery. The resilience of life is extraordinary. When the old fall, their decay nourishes new beginnings. Fungi bloom on their bark, moss carpets their fallen trunks, insects carve homes into the softening wood. Slowly, a new network forms. The cycle never ends. It simply changes shape. What the mother trees gave in life continues in death, transformed but unbroken. In Japan, there's a word, komorebi, that describes the light filtering through the leaves of trees. It's not just sunlight, it's a feeling, a conversation between light and shadow. That word captures something of what the mother trees are, mediators of balance, translators between heaven and earth. They remind us that strength isn't loud or fast. It's quiet, deliberate, enduring. It grows slowly, it gives freely, and it sustains without recognition. When researchers in the Pacific Northwest mapped old-growth forests, they found that the presence of a few ancient mother trees increased the biodiversity of entire ecosystems. Birds nested more frequently, fungi proliferated, mammals foraged with greater success. The connection was undeniable. When the mothers thrive, everything thrives. Their stability radiates outward, an ecological heartbeat that holds the world together. But what truly elevates the mother trees from biological phenomena to symbols of wisdom is their generosity. They give more than they receive. Even as they age and their growth slows, they continue to feed the young. This altruism has puzzled scientists. After all, natural selection favors self-preservation. Yet the forest defies that logic. Survival here isn't about dominance, but continuity. The mother tree's legacy is not her own height, but the canopy she creates for others. Perhaps that's the lesson we've been missing. That the measure of greatness is not how much we accumulate, but how much we nurture. That in nature, leadership is not about control, but about care. The mother trees embody that principle in silence. They lead not by standing apart, but by connecting deeply. And maybe that's why we feel something sacred in their presence. Standing before a giant cedar or oak, there's a stillness that humbles us. Their age puts our worries in perspective. Their patience challenges our pace. Their roots remind us of what it means to belong. The forest teaches through them. When one tree falls, 100 others rise. When one generation fades, another takes its place, carrying the wisdom of those who came before. The mother trees are not eternal, but their influence is. Through the soil, through the seed, through the very air, their lessons persist. To give, to endure, to connect. So the next time you find yourself beneath an old tree, listen. Beneath the rustle of leaves, beneath the pulse of wind, you might hear it. A slow, rhythmic murmur traveling through root and stone. It's the forest remembering itself. It's the language of care, still being spoken. The mother trees are still talking. The question is, are we still listening? The air around us is not empty. It is alive with language, an invisible swirling chorus of scent and signal rising from leaves, flowers and soil. To the human nose, most of it goes unnoticed, but to the plants, it is as vivid and meaningful as any spoken word. Every wisp of fragrance, every invisible vapor carries intention. Through chemistry, the green world speaks. This is the unseen poetry of volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, molecules that drift through the air like whispers, connecting plants across distance. These compounds are the foundation of the plant's chemical communication network. Some are sweet and floral, calling pollinators from afar. Others are sharp, bitter, or acrid, messages of danger, distress, or defiance. Each plant writes its sentences in a different dialect, crafted by evolution and refined by necessity. Together, they form a complex language of survival. It begins with threat. A caterpillar bites into a leaf, and within seconds the wound sets off a biochemical alarm. Enzymes trigger the release of jasmonic acid, a signaling compound that spreads through the plant's tissues like a spark through dry wood. From there, volatile organic compounds are released into the air, invisible smoke from an invisible fire. The scent tells nearby plants that danger has arrived. Even those untouched by teeth or claw begin producing their own defenses, bitter compounds, thicker leaves, toxins to repel invaders. The attack on one becomes preparation for all. Researchers discovered this phenomenon by accident. In one experiment, scientists covered a group of willow trees with bags to isolate them from the air. When nearby willows were attacked by insects, the uncovered trees produced chemical defenses, but the bagged ones did not. The message, it turned out, had been carried not through soil or sound, but through scent. The willows were talking through the air. It wasn't just willows. Corn, sagebrush, lima beans, poplar, acacia, all were found to emit specific chemical alerts when threatened. Each species has its own code, but many understand one another. In African savannas, for example, acacia trees release ethylene gas when grazed upon by antelope. Nearby acacias detect the signal and flood their leaves with tannins, making themselves too bitter to eat. The antelope learn to graze upwind. The trees, in their quiet way, have shaped the behavior of an entire species. But chemical conversations are not always about defense. They are also about cooperation. In dense forests, plants release compounds that regulate the growth of neighbors, maintaining space and balance. Some use scent to coordinate flowering times, ensuring pollinators arrive when the entire community blooms. Others share resources by adjusting their metabolism based on the chemical cues of those around them, a form of mutual tuning that keeps the ecosystem in harmony. Every breeze carries meaning. The smell of cut grass, so familiar and pleasant to us, is actually the scent of distress, a plant's alarm cry, rich in green leaf volatiles. To insects, that smell means food. To nearby plants, it means danger, and to us, unknowingly, it stirs nostalgia. The scent of summer lawns is, in truth, the chemical echo of survival. In the desert, sagebrush uses the air to coordinate with its kin. When one plant is attacked by insects, it emits a complex blend of terpenes and alcohols. Only genetically related sagebrush respond, boosting their own defenses. Unrelated individuals remain silent. This is communication filtered by family, a whisper passed down through lineage. Even in chemistry, kinship matters. And yet, not all chemical messages are warnings. Flowers use fragrance as invitation, a seductive call written in molecules. Orchids, lilies, and roses each craft their perfumes to attract specific pollinators, offering nectar in exchange for transport. But sometimes, the message is deception. Some orchids mimic the pheromones of female bees, luring males into fruitless courtship just long enough to dust them with pollen. Communication in nature is never purely honest. Every message carries motive. Beneath the poetic beauty of scent lies a system as intricate as any neural network. When a plant releases VOCs, it doesn't just influence others nearby, it alters the microbial community around it, shaping the behavior of bacteria and fungi in the soil. These microorganisms, in turn, respond with their own chemical signals, feeding or protecting the plant that summoned them. What begins as a leaf's cry for help becomes a coordinated defense involving roots, microbes, and atmosphere. Plants even prime one another for challenges they have not yet faced. In a series of studies, scientists exposed tomato plants to VOCs released by others under insect attack. When the untouched tomatoes were later exposed to real pests, they responded faster and stronger than control groups. The scent had trained them, a form of learning through air. The forest, it seems, holds its own version of prophecy. What's striking is how far these signals travel. Depending on wind, humidity, and terrain, a plant's chemical message can move across entire clearings. In the Amazon, where density is high and the air thick with moisture, VOCs form a constant fog of communication. Every flower, fern, and vine contributes to the atmosphere, shaping not only local interactions but global climate. The same molecules that warn of predators also influence cloud formation, helping regulate temperature and rainfall. The forest's language is planetary. To us, these exchanges are inaudible, invisible, yet they surround us always. The scent of pine after rain, the spice of crushed herbs, the perfume of flowers at dusk, all are fragments of ongoing conversation. The air is a library of plant thought, each molecule a word written by the green world itself. If we could translate it, perhaps we'd discover that the messages are not so different from our own. They speak of danger and hunger, of love and survival, of care and deceit. They tell stories of adaptation, resilience, and the deep instinct to communicate, to be heard even in silence. Because in the end, that is what these chemical conversations remind us of. That life cannot exist without connection. The forest, the meadow, the garden, all are communities of breath and scent, exchanging information in a constant invisible symphony. When you next walk among the trees, breathe deeply. The air you inhale is full of stories, of leaves warning each other, of roots calling for rain, of flowers dreaming of bees. You are not just breathing oxygen. You are breathing conversation. And though we cannot yet understand the words, the message is clear. The world is alive, and it has always been speaking. The language of chemistry has no alphabet, yet it shapes entire worlds. Where humans write words in ink and light, plants compose messages in scent and vapor, weaving a network of meaning across air, soil, and time. It is the oldest and most universal form of communication on Earth. A vocabulary of molecules spoken fluently by trees, flowers, grasses, and even the microbes beneath them. And though we cannot smell or hear most of it, it moves through us constantly, filling every breath with unspoken conversation. For centuries, we assumed that plants were passive, reacting only to physical forces like sun and rain. But as science peeled back the layers of nature's silence, the story changed. Researchers began to realize that plants don't just respond. They predict. They don't merely survive. They strategize. And they do so by talking, chemically, across species and ecosystems. Take, for example, the African acacia, one of the most well-documented conversationalists in the plant world. When giraffes begin feeding on its leaves, the acacia reacts within minutes, pumping tannins into its foliage until the leaves become bitter and toxic. But more remarkable than the defense itself is the broadcast. The tree releases ethylene gas into the wind, a chemical signal that drifts to nearby acacias. Those downwind trees, though untouched, begin producing tannins preemptively. The herd moves on, deterred not by one tree, but by an entire community that learned to speak through air. This form of warning communication is astonishingly specific. Different attackers trigger distinct molecular messages. A caterpillar chewing a leaf elicits one blend of volatiles. A fungal infection prompts another. Neighboring plants can distinguish between these scents, tailoring their own defenses accordingly. It's as if every type of threat has its own frequency, and the forest tunes itself in real time. In one elegant experiment, researchers placed healthy corn plants near others infested with caterpillars. The attacked plants released a blend of compounds, including green leaf volatiles and terpenes. Within hours, the healthy plants began producing similar compounds, even though the insects had never touched them. But the story didn't end there. Those same chemicals also attracted parasitic wasps, natural enemies of the caterpillars. The corn had not only warned its neighbors, it had summoned reinforcements. This was not mere reaction, it was orchestration. Cross-species communication goes even further. Studies show that some plants can respond to the distress calls of completely different species, a kind of ecological empathy written in chemistry. When a tomato plant smells the volatiles released by a sagebrush under attack, it activates its own defense genes. The two species have no genetic relationship, yet they share a chemical language. It's as if evolution, over millions of years, built a universal grammar of survival into the air itself. The diversity of these compounds is staggering. Scientists have identified more than 30,000 distinct VOCs emitted by plants, each one serving a purpose. Some attract pollinators, others repel herbivores, Some manipulate insect behavior, luring predators or deceiving pests. The night-blooming jasmine releases its perfume under starlight to call in nocturnal moths. The corpse flower, with its rancid odor of decay, mimics carrion to attract flies. Every scent is an encoded message written in the alphabet of molecules. And yet, not all communication is cooperative. In the green world, chemistry can also be weaponized. Certain species engage in allelopathy, releasing toxins to suppress their rivals. The black walnut secretes juglone, a chemical that poisons nearby seedlings. Sagebrush, sunflower, and eucalyptus use similar tactics, shaping the composition of entire landscapes. What appears to us as quiet coexistence is, beneath the surface, a subtle war of chemical wits. Plants carving out territory not with roots and branches, but with invisible clouds of influence. Still, most of nature's communication is not conflict, but balance, a negotiation between survival and symbiosis. Consider the way plants and microbes exchange chemical signals underground. When roots need nutrients, they release compounds called strigolactones, summoning mycorrhizal fungi to connect. In return, the fungi secrete growth-promoting hormones and defensive chemicals that shield the plant from pathogens. It is a conversation of mutual benefit, as ancient as soil itself. Some scientists believe these chemical exchanges form the evolutionary foundation of all complex communication, the molecular ancestors of language. Long before brains evolved, life learned to signal. Bacteria warned each other of toxins. Algae coordinated growth through scent-like molecules. Over billions of years, that chemical literacy deepened, spreading from microbes to mosses, from mosses to forests. The air became a shared medium for meaning. The more we study this, the more it blurs the boundary between instinct and intelligence. When a plant tailors its defense to a specific predator, is it simply reacting or interpreting? When it recognizes a neighbor's signal and adjusts its growth accordingly, is that awareness? These questions challenge our definition of consciousness itself. Perhaps intelligence does not always require neurons. Perhaps it only requires the ability to sense, remember, and respond, to speak and to listen. Modern technology is now allowing us to eavesdrop on this silent dialogue. Using sensitive mass spectrometers, scientists can detect the faintest traces of VOCs emitted by a single leaf. By mapping these molecules over time, they are constructing chemical transcripts, translations in a way of the plant's speech. What emerges is breathtaking, a constant dynamic flow of information, rising and fading like the breath of the earth itself. But what happens when that language is disrupted? Pollution, pesticides, and climate change are beginning to interfere with the natural balance of chemical communication. Increased carbon dioxide, for instance, can dilute VOC concentrations, making signals weaker. Air pollution masks scent trails, confusing pollinators and severing ancient dialogues between species. The forest is still speaking, but the air no longer listens as well as it once did. We are only beginning to grasp what that means. The loss of chemical clarity could unravel ecological coordination. Flowers left unvisited, predators unalerted, seedlings unprotected. A communication breakdown at the planetary level. And yet, like all life, plants adapt. New blends emerge. New pathways evolve. The conversation continues, reshaped but unbroken. There's something profoundly humbling in that resilience. Every molecule released into the wind is a testament to life's desire to connect, to respond, to be known. We speak in words. The forest speaks in chemistry. Different languages, same longing. So when you walk through a garden and the air fills with the perfume of blossoms, remember that sweetness is more than beauty. It's history, it's defense, it's attraction and alliance, warning and welcome, all at once. It is the earth thinking aloud, one molecule at a time. And though we can't yet translate every word, one message rings clear through the silence. Connection is survival. The world breathes in perfume. Every gust of wind, every sigh of air carries a secret message written in scent. We think of fragrance as beauty, a gift for the senses. But for the green world, it is far more than that. For plants, scent is strategy. It is armor and invitation, warning and song. It is the language of survival, painted not in sound or color, but in molecules that drift unseen through the air. Long before any creature walked the earth, plants were already speaking through fragrance. The first flowers that bloomed millions of years ago used scent as their voice, summoning insects long before sight had perfected its colors. Those early partnerships changed everything. Through scent, the plant kingdom learned how to recruit allies. Bees, butterflies, bats, and birds, transforming solitary existence into symbiotic cooperation. The air became their message board, their love letter, their alarm. Each fragrance we know, the sweetness of jasmine, the spice of clove, the citrus burst of orange blossom, is not random beauty. It is chemistry honed by survival. These molecules, called volatile organic compounds, are carefully chosen signals, each with a purpose as precise as any word. A rose doesn't simply smell good, it speaks. Its perfume says, "Come closer, carry my pollen, continue my story." But the same air that carries love can also carry fear. When danger approaches, when a caterpillar chews, when a fungus invades, scent becomes a weapon. The injured plant releases sharp, reactive volatiles into the air, an alarm broadcast to the community. Neighboring plants smell the distress and prepare for battle, producing toxins and repellents before the enemy arrives. In this way, scent becomes the forest's warning siren, invisible but effective, a form of chemical telepathy that turns isolation into unity. Every plant has its own dialect. The mint family speaks in menthol and linalool. Pine trees exhale resinous terpenes. Lavender whispers in calm tones of camphor and ester. The air between them is not empty. It's crowded with meaning. To the human nose, it's pleasant. To the forest, it's conversation. The science behind this is astonishing. Each molecule of scent can trigger specific reactions in another plant's receptors, much like a key fitting a lock. These receptors activate genetic responses that alter behavior, closing pores, thickening leaves, summoning allies. It's a biological internet powered by perfume. In essence, plants have built a sensory network that uses air itself as a medium for memory and emotion. And emotion is not an exaggeration. Some fragrances calm, others provoke, some seduce. Pollinators follow them as if bewitched, guided across miles by invisible trails. A moth in the dark can detect a single molecule of jasmine from over a kilometer away. To it, that scent is not just attraction, it's destiny. The moth finds the flower, feeds, and in doing so continues the plant's genetic story. Every fragrance is a bridge between species, a contract signed in sweetness and fulfilled in flight. But there are darker scents too. The Titan arum, known as the corpse flower, emits the stench of rotting flesh to lure carrion-loving insects. For a few days, the forest fills with the smell of decay, horrific to us, irresistible to its pollinators. The plant manipulates life through illusion, wielding disgust as effectively as desire. In nature's theatre, even death becomes a tool for survival. What's remarkable is that these fragrances don't exist for us, yet we are shaped by them nonetheless. Human emotion is deeply entwined with plant chemistry. The smell of pine can lower stress hormones. Lavender eases anxiety. The scent of soil after rain, petrichor, triggers ancient comfort, a memory of safety and renewal. Our nervous systems evolved in constant dialogue with these molecules, even if we've forgotten how to listen. But scent does more than move emotion. it moves ecosystems. In tropical forests, flowering trees coordinate their scents to create waves of aroma, ensuring pollinators migrate in predictable rhythms. In grasslands, cut plants release green volatiles that attract predatory insects, maintaining balance between herbivores and vegetation. In deserts, aromatic oils prevent water loss, while signaling resilience to neighboring plants. Every ecosystem has its own symphony of scent, a harmony of chemical notes that keeps life in tune. At night, when the air cools and stills, the forest exhales. The molecules that rise are the language of its dreams. Orchids open, releasing sweet, narcotic vapors to attract nocturnal moths. Night-blooming cereus bursts into fragrance only once a year, its scent so intoxicating that it can fill an entire valley. These moments are fleeting, hours of perfume followed by silence, yet in that silence, generations of life are continued. Scientists now know that even the timing of scent release is precise. Plants track the rhythm of the day, releasing fragrance when their partners are most active. Some tropical blooms emit scent only at dawn, others at dusk. It is an ancient choreography between plant and pollinator, written in air instead of ink. But the scent of survival isn't just about attraction or warning, it's also about memory. Studies show that plants learn from exposure to specific scents. A tomato exposed to the volatiles of another plant under insect attack will activate defensive genes faster the next time. A field of corn can become chemically trained to respond more efficiently after repeated signaling events. It's as if the air itself records history, lessons encoded in fragrance, carried from leaf to leaf. The tragedy is that this delicate conversation is being drowned out. Air pollution interferes with plant signaling, breaking down VOCs before they can travel far. In cities, pollinators struggle to find flowers because their scent trails are fragmented. The chemical messages of survival fade before they can be heard. We are muting the language of life, one molecule at a time. Yet nature adapts. Some plants have begun to alter their chemistry, producing stronger or longer-lasting volatiles to reach beyond the haze. Others shift their flowering times, aligning with new rhythms. Even amid chaos, the conversation continues. Life refuses to fall silent. The next time you inhale the fragrance of a garden or a forest after rain, pause. That scent is not merely pleasant. It is communication. It is love and alarm, seduction and defense, hope and history, all intertwined. It is the earth itself, breathing meaning into the wind. Every petal, every blade of grass, every drop of resin is speaking. And if you listen with more than your senses, if you listen with patience, you might just hear the truth the green world has been whispering since time began. To survive, we must connect. To endure, we must speak, even without words. The air is not silent, it is thick with strategy. Every molecule that drifts between leaf and sky is part of an invisible negotiation. Attraction, deception, and defense played out on a planetary scale. To the untrained eye, a flower's perfume is beauty. To the plant, it is survival encoded in chemistry. Fragrance is not art for art's sake. It is language sharpened by evolution, a code that every creature in the web of life is born to interpret. Each scent begins with purpose. Deep within the cells of petals and leaves, enzymes assemble volatile compounds like syllables in a sentence. These molecules are released into the air, spreading across space and time until they find a listener. Sometimes that listener is a bee drawn to nectar, sometimes a moth seeking a mate, and sometimes another plant reading the chemical weather for clues of danger. Each interaction is specific, deliberate. Nothing in nature's perfume is random. In the rainforests of Borneo, a single flower of Amorphophallus titanum, the corpse flower, releases its fetid breath into the dark. The stench of rot, unbearable to humans, is irresistible to beetles and flies that feed on decay. The plant has evolved to mimic death so perfectly that it bends the instincts of scavengers to its will. For a few nights, its giant bloom becomes the beating heart of the forest's olfactory landscape. Then it fades, leaving behind seeds carried by insects deceived into devotion. Survival through illusion. Elsewhere, the strategy shifts from deceit to seduction. Night-blooming jasmine opens its petals only when the moon rises, releasing a scent so intoxicating that it can be detected miles away. To moths, it is not merely smell, but song, a melody that guides them through darkness to the source. As they drink the nectar, they collect pollen, unknowingly carrying life to another flower. The plant gives beauty, and in return receives immortality. The manipulation of scent goes deeper still. Some orchids release chemicals identical to the sex pheromones of specific insects. Male bees, lured by the promise of a mate, attempt to copulate with the flower. In the struggle, pollen attaches to their bodies. The bee flies away, humiliated but complicit, spreading the orchid's genes far and wide. The flower doesn't need truth, it needs results. In the green world, success belongs not to the honest, but to the effective. These acts of deception aren't cruelty, they're adaptation. The fragrance that seduces, repels, or confuses is the plant's weapon and armor. Its battlefield is the breeze. Scientists studying these strategies have found that the same compounds that attract pollinators can also deter predators. A molecule that smells sweet to a butterfly can smell toxic to a beetle. The plant doesn't choose who hears, it simply speaks, and evolution ensures that only the right audience understands. Humanity, of course, has been listening to this chemical symphony long before we understood it. The perfumes we craft, lavender, sandalwood, rose, and musk, are echoes of ancient messages. When we anoint ourselves with floral oils or burn incense, we're participating in the same sensory economy that once lured bees to blossoms. Our love of fragrance is no accident. It is an inheritance, coded into us by millions of years of coexistence. The molecules that comfort us, excite us, and calm us are the same ones that once ensured the survival of flowers. But scent, like all communication, can turn chaotic when balance breaks. In heavily polluted regions, the delicate fragrance trails that guide pollinators are shattered by ozone and smog. Flowers that once could be found from hundreds of meters away are now invisible to their partners. Bees wander longer, wasting precious energy. Pollination rates fall, and with them, entire ecosystems begin to fray. The air, once a messenger, becomes a wall, and yet the plants adapt. Some species have evolved to release their scents at night when pollution is lower. Others have altered their chemistry entirely, creating new blends that cut through the haze. The forest, ever resilient, rewrites its perfume to match the changing air. What we perceive as simple aroma is, in truth, the planet's ongoing act of translation. Life adjusting its vocabulary to survive. There is something profoundly human in that. The idea of rewriting language to be heard again. Perhaps that's why the scent of the earth after rain, the soft musk of soil and leaf decay, moves us so deeply. That smell, petrichor, is not merely nostalgia. It's the voice of actinobacteria releasing oils into the air, signaling renewal after drought. We inhale it and feel calm because our ancestors, for millions of years, smelled the same thing and knew it meant survival. The earth speaks through scent, and our bodies remember. Beyond the emotional lies, the scientific marvel. Modern research has revealed that fragrance molecules interact with animals, and even humans, on neurological levels. Certain floral compounds, like linalool in lavender or beta-pinene in pine, can alter neurotransmitter activity, reducing anxiety and lowering blood pressure. The chemistry that keeps ecosystems alive also keeps us balanced. When we breathe in the forest breathes into us. The exchange is intimate, biological, and ancient. Even without petals or perfume, scent permeates the plant world. Grasses, bruised by wind or teeth, release green volatiles that attract predatory insects. Pines, when attacked by bark beetles, exude resin rich with terpenes that repel invaders. Tomatoes and cabbages release sulfur compounds that communicate danger underground. Every act of scent is an act of awareness, a response not to chaos, but to pattern. If we could see these molecules, the air would shimmer like light through water, a moving map of meaning. Each gust of wind would carry stories of hunger, fear, attraction, and peace. Every step through a meadow would disturb invisible tides of chemical memory, swirling and reforming in endless dialogue. The planet would not seem still but alive, a vast, breathing conversation that never ceases. To understand the scent of survival is to recognize that communication does not belong to us. It is not confined to words or sound. It is woven into the structure of existence itself. Plants do not speak, yet they persuade. They do not think, yet they remember. Their scents are not merely reactions, but responses, messages of intent, emotion, and continuity. The perfume of a flower, the spice of a pine forest, the earthy sweetness after rain, all are part of an ancient syntax that unites life across species and time. And though our words are louder, theirs are wiser. The green world has been speaking in fragrance since before we took our first breath. It will go on speaking long after we are gone. The question is not whether the forest talks. It's whether we've learned how to listen. If you listen not with ears but with instruments, the forest hums. Every leaf, every root, every stem is alive with voltage. Faint, fluctuating currents that flow through living tissue like whispers of thought. It's a world pulsing with invisible electricity, a biological circuitry that links all things green. The forest is not just chemical and mechanical, it is electrical. Beneath its stillness, a current runs, delicate, deliberate and constant, an unseen rhythm that animates the silence. For centuries, the idea that plants might carry electrical energy seemed absurd. Electricity was the domain of nerves and brains, of animals that moved and thought. But then came the discoveries. Tiny voltage shifts in leaves, sparks of response in roots, pulses that traveled from wound to flower. Scientists realized that plants are not passive organisms at all. They sense, decide, and act through a kind of living electricity, a low-frequency intelligence carried in ions rather than neurons. It begins in the cell. Inside every plant, channels of potassium, calcium, and chloride open and close like gates, moving charged particles across membranes. When something disturbs a plant, a cut, a bite, a shadow, or a touch, these gates react instantly. Electrical signals shoot through the tissues, faster than any chemical could travel. The plant feels it, not with pain as we understand it, but with awareness. It knows something has changed, and it responds. You can see it most clearly in the sensitive plants. The mimosa that folds its leaves at a touch, or the Venus flytrap that snaps shut when prey lands on its trigger hairs. These movements are powered not by muscle but by electricity, ions rushing between cells, creating a pressure differential that moves entire structures in milliseconds. What looks like magic is really bioelectricity, a living circuit wired into every fiber of the plant's being. But the electric forest extends far beyond these famous examples. Even trees, vast, slow giants that seem unmoving, generate electrical signals. When lightning flashes in the distance or air moisture shifts before a storm, their leaves sense it through changes in atmospheric charge. When roots encounter stones, toxins, or competitors, they send tiny voltage waves up the trunk, altering growth patterns. A tree's internal electricity guides its physiology, directing water flow, adjusting metabolism, syncing circadian rhythms. The forest, though silent, is a field of pulses. In the Amazon, scientists have measured faint electric fields radiating from the canopy, fluctuating in rhythm with sunlight. When the morning begins, these fields rise as leaves open their pores to breathe. At dusk, they fade again as the forest exhales. Even without wind, even without movement, there is motion, an oscillation of energy between light and life. The trees are literally charging and discharging, their electricity dancing with the sky. Roots, too, communicate through current. In the soil, fine root hairs detect gradients in electric potential, helping them navigate toward water or away from obstacles. Some studies suggest roots can even sense other roots through their electric fields, a kind of subterranean radar that allows cooperation or avoidance. It's as though the forest floor hums with quiet frequencies, each root a tuning fork vibrating to the presence of others. One of the most extraordinary revelations came when scientists connected electrodes to growing plants and listened. The data, converted into sound, produced an eerie symphony, tiny blips and pulses like heartbeats in slow motion. Each fluctuation corresponded to electrical activity within the plant: photosynthesis, respiration, or response to stimuli. When a leaf was touched, the rhythm changed. When light increased, it brightened. The forest, when translated, sang. Electrical communication allows plants to coordinate across great distances. When a leaf is wounded, voltage waves travel along the veins and stem to distant parts of the plant, triggering defensive chemicals within seconds. Some species even transmit signals through shared fungal networks, converting electrical changes into chemical messages that alert neighboring plants. The result is a living electrical web, connecting not just cells or roots, but entire ecosystems. Humans have barely begun to grasp this complexity. The instruments we use, electrodes, sensors, oscilloscopes, reveal only fragments of what's happening. Yet what we've seen so far is enough to suggest that plants process information in ways that parallel cognition. They compare signals, weigh responses, and make decisions. A vine choosing where to climb, or a sunflower tracking the sun, is not just moving. It's computing, integrating light, gravity, and internal voltage into choice. And choice, even in slow motion, is a form of intelligence. The electric forest challenges how we define life itself. We think of electricity as human invention, powering cities, lighting homes, carrying voices through wires. But the earth was electric long before we were. Lightning carved it into being. Magnetic fields guided migration. Neurons evolved from the same ion flows that still course through leaves. Every heartbeat, every spark of thought in us, is an echo of that original current. In this way, the electricity of plants is not alien. It's ancestral. Some spiritual traditions have long sensed this truth. Ancient shamans spoke of the song of trees, the pulse of life that could be felt through touch and trance. Today, science gives their intuition form: measurable voltages, rhythmic patterns, bioelectric conversations hidden in bark and root. What mystics called spirit, we now call signal. The language has changed, but the reverence remains. When lightning strikes a forest, it doesn't just destroy, it resets. The sudden surge alters soil chemistry, stimulates seed germination, and recharges microbial life. The forest, for a moment, is unified in one vast pulse. In its aftermath, new growth surges, green and luminous against the ash. Even destruction in nature becomes communication. The current that kills is also the current that renews. Perhaps that is what makes the electric forest so mesmerizing. It mirrors the energy within us. The same ions that flow through roots flow through our nerves. The same charge that animates a leaf animates a heartbeat. We are not separate from this current. We are part of it, shaped by it, sustained by it. Every spark that leaps across a neuron is a whisper of the forest inside our bodies. To walk through trees is to walk through voltage. To touch bark is to touch the circuitry of life. The forest hums in frequencies too low for ears, but not too deep for the soul. And somewhere in that hum, in that endless current of signal and silence, the earth remembers itself over and over again. The deeper scientists peer into the forest's invisible life, the more it resembles something alive, not just in body, but in mind. Every root, every leaf, every cell holds charge, a delicate tension between ions that powers a language older than sound. This is not metaphor. It is measurable electricity, pulsing quietly through stems and soil, rising and falling like breath. If the forest is an organism, then its thoughts are electrical, and the current that runs through it is consciousness in its most ancient form. The mystery begins with a question. Can plants remember? Memory, as we define it, depends on persistence, the ability to register change and act differently because of it. When researchers looked at how plants react to repeated stimuli, they found something astonishing. The mimosa, the shy plant that folds its leaves when touched, can learn. After several harmless taps, it stops responding, as if realizing there's no danger. Days later, when touched again, it still remembers. Its electrical signals no longer surge in panic. It has learned, not through a brain, but through bioelectric repetition. This kind of learning happens through changes in ion channels, tiny gates that open and close in response to electrical activity. When a plant experiences something repeatedly, these channels adjust, altering the flow of charge inside the cells. That adjustment becomes memory. It is the same principle that neurons use when we form thoughts or habits. Plants, without neurons, are still capable of remembering their environment through electricity. In some ways, their memory is even more stable than ours. It is stored not in fleeting neural patterns, but in molecular structure, in the shape of proteins, the stiffness of cell walls, the electrical readiness of membranes. Every charge leaves an imprint. The forest, in this sense, is a living archive, remembering droughts and floods, light and shadow, fire and renewal, not in words or images, but in charge and chemistry. When scientists began measuring voltage shifts along plant stems, they noticed patterns. A pulse of electrical activity triggered by touch in one leaf could travel across the plant in seconds, triggering responses elsewhere. Pores closing, defenses activating, hormones shifting. These waves of potential, called action potentials, are strikingly similar to the ones that race through our nervous system. The difference is speed. Human neurons fire in milliseconds. Plant signals move slower, more patient, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But in function, they are the same. Transmission of information through electricity. It raises an unsettling question. If plants can generate, transmit, and interpret electrical signals, are they not, in their own way, aware? Awareness doesn't always mean consciousness as we know it. It means sensitivity, the ability to detect and respond with purpose. The forest is full of such awareness. When one tree's roots encounter toxins, they send voltage ripples outward. When another detects shade, its internal current adjusts, shifting growth toward light. The network never stops recalibrating, rebalancing, communicating. It's a slow, distributed brain made not of neurons, but of nature. The parallels grow deeper the closer we look. In animals, electric activity underlies emotion, thought, and coordination. In plants, it governs growth, defense, and reproduction. The scale is different, but the essence, the electric pulse of decision, is the same. It's as though life discovered electricity once at the dawn of evolution and never let it go. Every species since, from algae to humans, has built upon that single shimmering discovery. That charge can mean intention. In laboratories, scientists are now listening to the forest's current. Using electrodes fine enough to detect microvolts, they record the electrical fluctuations of plants in real time. When converted to sound, the data becomes music, haunting, alien, but oddly familiar. The tones rise with light, fall with shade, quicken when touched. In those frequencies, one hears a pulse of being, a rhythm not unlike our own. The plants are not silent. We simply lacked the tools to hear them. Some researchers are even experimenting with using plant electricity as biofeedback, creating circuits where human touch triggers responses in living leaves or where the voltage of a growing vine powers sensors. When a plant senses a person nearby, its electrical signature shifts subtly, as if recognizing presence. These responses are not emotion, but they are awareness. The line between human and forest blurs further. Perhaps the most profound realization is that the forest's electrical life extends beyond biology into atmosphere. The canopy acts like a vast antenna, interacting with the Earth's electric field, that invisible shell of energy generated by lightning and cosmic rays. Every time a storm flashes, the forest's voltage rises. Every time the air stills, it falls. The entire ecosystem breathes in rhythm with the planet's electromagnetic pulse. When lightning strikes the Earth, the trees absorb part of that charge, redistributing it through roots and mycelium, grounding the sky into soil. The forest, in a literal sense, connects heaven and earth through current. Electricity, then, is the medium through which life feels the universe. It's how a seed knows gravity. It's how a vine senses a wall before touching it. It's how a tree aligns itself to the magnetic north. Each response begins with ions shifting, tiny electrical murmurs that ripple outward into form and growth. The forest's awareness extends in all directions, connecting microbe to root to cloud. We used to think intelligence required a brain, a centralized organ of thought, but the forest teaches otherwise. Intelligence can be distributed, slow and silent. It can exist in voltage rather than words, in rhythm rather than reasoning. A network of roots and fungi exchanging signals through charge is not unlike a network of neurons sharing impulses. The pattern, not the medium, defines awareness. When night falls, the forest doesn't sleep. It changes frequency. Its bioelectric signals slow, aligning with the cool air and the calm pulse of soil. Some trees even show nightly oscillations of voltage that resemble circadian rhythms, an electrical heartbeat synchronized with the turning of the earth. In that slow pulse is memory, coordination, and rest. The forest dreams not in images, but in current. If we could see it, truly see it, the world would glow with hidden electricity. Each blade of grass would flicker faintly, each tree trunk a column of silent lightning. The soil beneath our feet would shimmer with static life. The earth would appear not dark, but radiant, a planet of living circuits, wired for feeling. In the end, the electric forest reminds us that consciousness might not be confined to the skull. It may be a property of life itself, an emergent pattern wherever information flows. Every spark that leaps across a neuron, every pulse that flickers in a leaf, is part of the same ancient conversation. And so, as the wind moves through the trees, carrying unseen charge from branch to branch, something timeless is happening. A communion of electricity and existence. The forest hums, and in that hum, the world remembers how to feel. Light is the oldest messenger. Before sound, before chemistry, before even the slow language of growth, there was light, a current of pure information that wrote the rules of life. Every organism on Earth, in one way or another, has been shaped by it. But plants, more than any other, have mastered its use. To them, light is not just nourishment. It is language, compass, and clock. Through it, they see the world, sense each other, and coordinate the rhythms of existence. When dawn spills across the horizon, the forest stirs to an unseen conversation. Each leaf, each stem, each petal adjusts itself according to the quality of that light. Not only its brightness, but its angle, color, and warmth. Through molecules known as photoreceptors, plants read these subtle cues with astonishing precision. Some detect blue wavelengths to guide growth. Others sense red to mark day from night. Still others respond to ultraviolet, warning of danger. The forest, in essence, is reading the sun, decoding the shifting messages of morning and dusk. This awareness of light shapes everything. A young seedling, buried beneath the canopy, stretches toward faint shafts of illumination that filter through the leaves above. It doesn't move blindly. It knows where to reach. In its cells, light-sensitive proteins called phytochromes and cryptochromes detect the ratio of red to far-red light, revealing whether the seedling is in shadow or full sun. If shaded, it elongates its stem to seek brightness. If bathed in light, it thickens, anchoring itself to grow strong. The plant is listening to the light and responding in kind. But the forest does more than respond. It shapes light. Each layer of leaves filters wavelengths differently, sculpting the sunlight into spectral patterns that guide the organisms below. The canopy glows in soft greens, the understory in blue shadows, the forest floor in dim gold. These gradients are signals, instructions that tell roots when to deepen, flowers when to bloom, fungi when to awaken. The light of a forest is not uniform. It's alive, tailored by the trees themselves. Some plants use light as a means of warning or invitation. The sudden reddening of autumn leaves, for instance, is not merely beauty, it's communication. As chlorophyll breaks down, the plant floods its tissues with anthocyanins, pigments that both protect against sun damage and signal to insects. I am changing. Feed elsewhere. In the same way, the ultraviolet patterns on flower petals, invisible to human eyes but dazzling to bees, act as landing guides, arrows of light pointing toward nectar. Every color is a message, every shimmer a code. At the heart of it all lies photosynthesis, the most elegant transaction in existence, the conversion of light into life. Each chloroplast is a factory of photons, capturing solar energy and transforming it into chemical potential. But this process, beyond its biochemistry, is also a form of communication. When one leaf absorbs more light than it can handle, it releases excess energy as fluorescence, a soft red glow invisible to the eye but measurable by sensitive instruments. Nearby leaves detect this and adjust their own light absorption, distributing the workload. Even at the level of photons, the forest cooperates. There's evidence, too, that plants can influence each other through reflected light. When a leaf detects the specific light signature bouncing off its neighbors, it changes its orientation to optimize shared exposure. In dense vegetation, this creates a subtle choreography, leaves tilting, stems twisting, shadows shifting, as if the entire canopy were engaged in a silent dance directed by sunlight. The forest, in truth, doesn't just bathe in light, it conducts it like an orchestra. And where light doesn't reach, plants create their own. In the deep jungles of Borneo and the caves of New Zealand, bioluminescent fungi glow with eerie green and blue light. Their radiance lures insects that carry spores, continuing the cycle of life in darkness. Some marine algae, when disturbed, emit a brief electric shimmer, the sea's own echo of starlight. These living lights blur the boundary between biology and magic, proof that communication can exist even in the absence of day. For humans, the idea of seeing without eyes or speaking without sound feels alien. But plants perceive light in ways far more complex than sight. They don't just know that light exists. They know what kind of light it is, where it comes from, how long it lasts, and how intense it feels. They track the passing of seasons through changes in day length, a biological calendar known as photoperiodism. This timing governs when flowers bloom, when trees shed their leaves, when seeds sleep and awaken. Every dawn and dusk, every flicker of cloud becomes part of a conversation billions of years in the making. And the conversation extends beyond sunlight. Plants emit faint light of their own, ultra-weak photon emissions known as biophotons. These tiny flashes, invisible to the human eye, seem to correspond with metabolic activity and stress. Some scientists believe biophotons may allow plants to share information instantaneously within their tissues or even between individuals. It is an idea both radical and ancient, that life itself glows, and that this glow is a form of speech. In a sense, we've always known this intuitively, the way sunlight through leaves feels like peace, the way a forest at golden hour seems to breathe. These sensations are not imagination, but resonance. Our bodies, tuned to the same electromagnetic spectrum, recognize the communication unconsciously. Light nourishes us, not only through warmth or sight, but through memory. Every photon that touches skin carries a story billions of years old. The same energy that first sparked photosynthesis, that shaped atmosphere and evolution, that made this planet bloom. And yet, we often treat light as background, something to switch on or off, to control. For plants, it is sacred text, an unbroken transmission from the universe itself. They listen, absorb, translate, and respond with grace. In the shimmering of a field at noon, in the quiet silver of moonlit leaves, in the first green shoot breaking through darkness, there is meaning. Light is both message and messenger. It tells life how to grow, when to rest, when to reach, when to yield. It carries memory from star to cell, from sky to soil. It is perhaps the first and truest language of existence. A conversation that began with the birth of the sun and continues in every leaf that turns toward it. To stand in a beam of sunlight and feel its warmth on your face is to participate in that dialogue. You are being spoken to by the same voice that shaped oceans, forests, and time. And if you listen, not with your eyes but with your heart, you'll hear what the plants have always known. Light is not just illumination, it is communion. Light moves through the forest like breath. It bends around trunks, slips between leaves, and scatters into particles that seem to hang weightless in the morning air. We think of it as illumination, but to plants it is information, a current of meaning that flows from star to cell. What science has begun to uncover is that this conversation with light is not one-sided. Plants do not simply receive light. They speak with it, they shape it, release it, and sometimes, astonishingly, create it. In laboratories across the world, researchers studying biophotons, faint flashes of light emitted by living organisms, have discovered that plants glow, not metaphorically, but literally. These ultra-weak photon emissions, invisible to the human eye, are released during metabolic reactions in chloroplasts and mitochondria. They are not waste energy but subtle signals, rippling through tissues in patterns that correspond to health, stress, and communication. When a leaf is wounded, the biophoton emission surges like a distress flare. When the plant recovers, the light dims again. This glow is faint, weaker than a candle by trillions of times, yet it carries structure, pulses, rhythms, frequencies. Some scientists believe these patterns may allow cells to coordinate activity instantly, faster than chemical messengers could ever move. It is as if, deep within the green body of a plant, light functions as a nervous system, connecting, correcting, harmonizing. The forest at night would shimmer if we had the eyes to see it, a web of silent radiance mapping every breath of life. The roots of this light language stretch back to photosynthesis itself, the miracle by which sunlight becomes sugar. In each chloroplast, a cascade of electrons jumps between pigments, guided by the faintest whisper of photons. This process is so efficient that nearly every particle of light absorbed is used. No waste, no confusion, only precision. But even here, the system adapts. When too much light floods a leaf, the plant releases some of it as fluorescence, a gentle exhale of excess energy. That faint red shimmer, invisible to us, measurable to instruments, is both a safety valve and a signal. It tells neighboring tissues, "I am full. Balance the flow." In this way, plants speak in the grammar of light itself. Every beam that touches a leaf sets off a chain of reactions that not only powers life but transmits information. Leaves facing different directions share their status through changing reflections. Under the canopy, scattered light becomes a medium for silent messages, bouncing from surface to surface like whispers in a cathedral. The entire forest, from the tallest tree to the moss on the ground, is engaged in a constant photonic dialogue. Even the timing of this dialogue matters. Plants are attuned not only to brightness but to rhythm. Their internal clocks, circadian systems, use light as a metronome, syncing daily cycles of growth, rest, and repair. But these rhythms are not isolated. When one plant senses dawn, its subtle biophotonic output shifts, and those nearby adjust in response. Across the forest, light-induced pulses cascade like a slow heartbeat, uniting species in shared tempo. The day, for them, begins not with sound, but with synchronized luminescence. Some researchers have pushed this idea further, exploring whether biophotons might allow interplant communication over distance. When a leaf is injured, the emission of light increases sharply. But neighboring plants, though untouched, often alter their metabolism as if warned. Could they be detecting that faint light? Experiments with isolated leaves and fiber optic sensors suggest it's possible. When one sample is stressed, another in darkness, connected only by optical fiber, shows a response. Light, in other words, may carry messages from one organism to another, an ancient Morse code of photons. Beyond survival, light shapes emotion, not just in plants, but in us. Our brains respond to green wavelengths with calm, to golden hues with energy. When sunlight filters through leaves, the flickering pattern that plays across our skin lowers blood pressure and synchronizes brain waves. This effect, known as forest bathing, isn't magic. It's biology. We are tuned to the same frequencies the forest speaks. The photons that touch a tree are the same that enter our eyes. When they scatter through branches and touch us, it is a shared experience of being alive. Even the silence of the night carries this conversation. The moon, reflecting the sun's memory, guides nocturnal blooms and migrating seeds. Some plants, like the evening primrose, open only when the lunar light reaches a certain threshold. Others, sensitive to starlight, alter their internal chemistry ever so slightly, aligning their cycles to cosmic rhythm. The dialogue of light extends beyond the Earth, a reminder that our planet's communication with the stars never truly ceased. What's most extraordinary is that plants use light not just to know their world, but to change it. Their reflective surfaces shape microclimates. Their pigments filter radiation for others below. Their canopy controls the brightness of the understory. Each decision a plant makes, how much light to absorb, how much to reflect, influences the entire ecosystem's balance. They sculpt the sky from the ground up, modulating the light that sustains all life beneath. In every glint of dew, every dappled ray, every shimmer on the edge of leaf and air, something sacred is happening. Not in a mystical sense, but in a scientific one. The photons we see are the same ones carrying information through roots and veins, sustaining the pulse of creation. The forest, bathed in sunlight, is not a passive recipient of light's gift. It is a participant, a collaborator in the universe's oldest dialogue. When we walk through a grove at dawn, we are stepping into that living circuit. The light that touches our eyes has passed through countless transformations. absorbed, scattered, reflected, translated, until it arrives carrying the forest's story. It tells of growth, hunger, repair, and resilience. It carries the memory of chlorophyll and the dreams of the canopy. And though we experience it as beauty, what we are really witnessing is communication, a symphony of photons traveling from star to leaf to heart. So the next time sunlight filters through green branches and lands upon your hand, pause. You are holding a message written in light, a conversation billions of years old, still continuing, still evolving. The plants are speaking not in silence but in radiance, and in their language every beam means the same thing. We are alive. We are listening. We are one with the light. Beneath the forest floor, where sunlight fades into cool darkness, another world begins. It is a world of threads and whispers, a living labyrinth older than language itself. Every step you take across moss or meadow presses lightly upon it. A vast hidden network that pulses with silent traffic. This is the secret underground, where roots speak and fungi carry their words, where soil breathes and remembers. What looks like still earth is in truth a crowded metropolis of life, wired by filaments and charged with purpose. The deeper you go, the more astonishing it becomes. A single handful of soil can contain more organisms than there are stars in the galaxy. Bacteria, fungi, nematodes, microarthropods, each performing their quiet task in the choreography of existence. But the real magic lies in connection. The roots of trees and plants are not isolated systems. They are part of a shared web known as the mycorrhizal network, the wood wide web that links nearly every plant on Earth through underground fungal threads called hyphae. These filaments weave through the soil like living circuits, forming partnerships that blur the boundaries between individual beings. When a tree root encounters a fungal strand, a remarkable exchange begins. The fungus offers nutrients, phosphorus, nitrogen, minerals, drawn from the depths where roots cannot reach. In return, the tree provides sugars born of sunlight. But this is no simple trade. It is communication. Chemical signals pass through the shared membrane, identifying species, assessing need, negotiating balance. Each partner recognizes the other's fingerprint in molecular language. Trust in the forest is biochemical. Over time, these partnerships multiply until the entire ecosystem becomes interconnected. A single fungal network can span kilometers, linking hundreds of trees and plants into one cooperative organism. Through this web, information flows, warning signals, distress calls, even the transfer of resources. When one tree suffers drought, others send carbon through the fungi to sustain it. When a pest attack begins, the alert travels underground long before the first leaf is bitten. The forest anticipates, prepares, survives together. The idea sounds mystical, but it is measurable. In controlled experiments, scientists tagged carbon isotopes in one tree's sugars and later found those same isotopes in neighboring trees, even of different species. The transfer wasn't random. It followed need. Young or shaded seedlings received more than they gave, nurtured by the elders through the fungal network. It was as if the forest practiced care. In human terms, it looked like generosity. In biological terms, it was survival through cooperation. The mycorrhizal fungi themselves are not passive messengers. They make decisions, rerouting resources, prioritizing connections, balancing competition and collaboration. They form what researchers call common mycelial networks, structures so intricate they rival the internet in complexity. Each node, each tree, shrub or herb is both transmitter and receiver, sending sugars, enzymes and electrical impulses through the fungal lattice. These impulses, faint and rhythmic, resemble the voltage changes seen in neurons. If the forest has a nervous system, this is it, a hidden brain beneath our feet. Yet intelligence here does not resemble ours. It is slower, distributed and self-organizing. The network adjusts continuously to conditions: moisture, temperature, season. It remembers routes of exchange and optimizes them over time. It heals breaks, bypasses obstacles, expands toward richness. This adaptability is the essence of awareness, the ability to sense, respond, and evolve. The underground is not silent. It is thinking in its own way, at its own pace. Roots add their voices to the conversation. They secrete exudates, a blend of sugars, amino acids, and signaling compounds that attract allies and repel enemies. Through these exudates, plants recruit beneficial microbes or call for fungal partners, shaping their personal microbiome. Some roots release tannins to deter grazers. Others exude soothing hormones to ease stress. Together, these chemical languages form the vocabulary of soil life. Every inch of root is a tongue, every drop of sap a word. The complexity is staggering. Some plants form exclusive alliances, bonding with specific fungi that match their needs. Others join generalist networks, open and cooperative. A forest may host dozens of fungal species, each specializing in different tasks. One ferrying nitrogen, another transmitting warnings, another breaking down dead wood into life again. The result is a self-sustaining society where death and decay are not endings but transformation. The nutrients of fallen leaves travel through fungal threads, re-entering living roots as nourishment. Memory here is physical. The forest feeds on its past. Even competition becomes communication. Certain trees use the network to suppress rivals, flooding the fungi with compounds that inhibit nearby seedlings. Others broadcast dominance through sheer volume of carbon, monopolizing attention like loud voices in a quiet room. Yet even this aggression is part of the system's balance. The network favors no single morality, only function. Cooperation and conflict coexist, maintaining diversity and resilience. What's most haunting is the timescale. While we move in seconds, the underground moves in seasons. A tree may spend decades building connections, its roots entwined with partners it will never see. Fungal threads persist beyond the life of their hosts, linking generations of forest. When an old tree falls, its carbon continues to flow through the network into new saplings, a slow inheritance. In this way, the dead nourish the living, and the memory of the forest survives through matter itself. Modern technology is just beginning to translate this ancient communication. Using electrical sensors and isotope tracers, scientists are mapping the forest's hidden circuits, revealing patterns of connectivity that mirror neural networks. The same mathematics that describes brain function appears in the spatial layout of roots and fungi. It's as if evolution discovered intelligence long before neurons. Intelligence woven through soil and mycelium, expressed not in thought, but in connection. To walk in a forest, then, is to walk upon awareness. Beneath every step, trillions of threads respond to pressure, moisture, and vibration. The earth beneath your feet is alive with listening. And though we cannot hear it, we participate in it. Each breath releasing carbon that will one day flow into roots, each footprint stirring the invisible web below. The secret underground is not hidden out of mystery, but out of humility. It doesn't seek the light, it sustains it. Every flower that blooms, every tree that towers, owes its strength to the unseen intelligence beneath. The forest above is only half the story. The real world, the enduring one, hums softly below, patient and eternal. In the quiet darkness beneath the forest floor, the world hums with invisible motion. It is here, in the thin film of moisture around roots and fungi, that the forest thinks. The mycorrhizal networks that weave through the soil do not simply transport food. They compute, they remember, they adapt. The deeper scientists peer into this hidden realm, the more it begins to resemble something alive with intention. a slow, living intelligence pulsing through every grain of earth. Fungal networks are built of hyphae, threads so fine that thousands could pass through the eye of a needle. Yet these threads, in their billions, stretch for kilometers, forming one of the largest and most intricate communication systems on the planet. Each hyphal strand can sense its surroundings, moisture, nutrients, pressure, chemical gradients, and change direction accordingly. When two fungal threads meet, they fuse, exchanging cytoplasm and information. The result is not a collection of individuals, but a single, self-aware organism spanning vast distances. The mycelium, as this network is called, behaves like a brain without neurons. It reacts to stimuli with remarkable precision, rerouting flow to areas of high demand, shutting down damaged pathways, and growing toward opportunity. When soil conditions change, electrical impulses flicker along the filaments, carrying messages at measurable speeds. Scientists have recorded these impulses using microelectrodes, faint voltage shifts that mirror the rhythms of neural firing. The signals are not random. They form distinct patterns, spikes, and intervals that correspond to events in the environment. In its own silent syntax, the soil is alive with conversation. Roots listen. They receive these signals through touch and chemistry, responding in kind. A root tip encountering a fungal thread slows its growth, secretes sugars, and opens a channel of exchange. Within hours, the two partners are linked. The plant begins to receive nutrients it could never reach alone. The fungus, in turn, is fed the sugars of photosynthesis, sunlight transformed into generosity. It's a transaction older than forests, one that underpins nearly every terrestrial ecosystem on Earth. But beneath the exchange lies something deeper: awareness. Fungi can differentiate between plant species, favoring certain partners over others. They recognize who gives more, who takes too much, who contributes to the health of the network. When multiple trees share the same fungal hub, carbon moves unevenly, from the strong to the weak, from the illuminated to the shaded. The network behaves not as a machine, but as a community, redistributing life where it is needed most. Experiments have shown that these transfers are not random acts of diffusion, but targeted responses to signals. A stressed tree releases specific chemical cues into the soil, hints of drought, disease, or hunger. The fungus detects these changes and channels energy accordingly. When researchers sever the mycorrhizal links, the tree's resilience plummets. Isolated, they falter. Reconnected, they recover. In the dark soil, connection itself is survival. Electrical mapping has revealed even more astonishing truths. The impulses traveling through mycelium accelerate when food is found and slow when resources are scarce. They change frequency when the fungus encounters toxins or predators like nematodes. In one study, bursts of voltage activity were recorded that bore striking similarity to the spike patterns of neurons, not identical but suggestive of computation. Some scientists hesitate to call it thought. Others, more daring, call it proto-cognition. Whatever it is, it blurs the line between instinct and awareness. The underground world also holds memory. When a fungal network encounters stress, drought, heat, contamination, it adapts structurally. Hyphae thicken, branching increases, connections reroute. When conditions return to normal, the fungus behaves differently than before, avoiding past vulnerabilities. It has, in a sense, learned. Even when the older parts of the network die, their chemical traces remain, guiding new growth like ghosts, whispering directions. Memory here is not stored in neurons, but in form, in architecture. The forest remembers itself through pattern. Roots, too, display traces of this underground learning. When repeatedly exposed to certain sounds, vibrations, or chemical cues, root tips begin to anticipate, growing toward beneficial frequencies, away from harm. They can even distinguish between the vibrations caused by water flow and those of mere noise. Some studies suggest that roots grow toward recorded sounds of running water even when the soil is dry, as though they recognize the signature of life. Beneath the surface, the plant is listening. If the forest canopy is a cathedral of light, the soil beneath it is a cathedral of listening. Each fungal thread and root hair acts as both ear and mouth, picking up vibrations, responding with ions and enzymes. This symphony of silent signals maintains the balance of ecosystems far beyond human sight. The air we breathe, the carbon that circulates, the fertility of fields, all are orchestrated by the decisions made in the darkness below. Even death participates. When a tree falls, its roots remain connected to the mycorrhizal network. The fungus continues drawing nutrients from its decaying body, transferring them to the next generation of seedlings. The dead feed the living in an endless loop of exchange. In that sense, the underground is both memory and reincarnation, a biological afterlife written in mycelium. Nothing is wasted. Everything transforms. If we could peel back the soil and see what lies beneath, we would find a vast, glowing map of threads stretching outward in every direction. A living circuitry connecting species across miles. Each intersection a choice, each signal a pulse of cooperation or defense. The soil would shimmer like a brain caught mid-thought, every root a neuron, every fungus a synapse. The earth itself would look alive, not metaphorically, but literally, processing information in real time. It is easy to forget this when we walk upon the ground, thinking of it as solid, lifeless support. But every step we take presses against intelligence. Every garden, every forest, every field rests upon a mind too deep and ancient for words. It doesn't think as we do, but it thinks. It feels in chemistry, remembers in form, and communicates in silence. The secret underground is not merely a place. It is a process, a pulse, a presence. It is the planet's own nervous system, hidden beneath the thin skin of light and air. And though it speaks no language we can hear, it is always talking, reminding us that connection is not a luxury of life. It is its foundation. Beneath your feet as you stand here now, the earth is listening. It hums with unseen conversations, the murmuring of roots, the slow spark of electricity through soil. It is alive in ways we are only beginning to understand. And if you listen, truly listen, you might feel it answering back, one heartbeat at a time. The forest is never truly silent. Even in the stillness between winds, when every leaf seems frozen in place, the air is trembling with vibrations too faint for human ears. The soil hums, the roots murmur, the leaves pulse like strings of a great invisible instrument. Sound, we've learned, is not a privilege of animals. It is a language of life itself, a vibration through matter, a shared heartbeat that unites all living things. For most of history, we assumed plants lived in silence. They had no mouths to speak, no ears to listen, no nerves to translate vibration into meaning. But science, as it often does, has rewritten our assumptions. Beneath the quiet exterior of the green world lies an orchestra of frequencies, from the subsonic rumble of tree trunks bending in the wind to the microscopic pops of water traveling through xylem vessels. Plants do not just endure sound, they respond to it. They feel its rhythm, its tone, its energy. In the trembling of air and soil, they sense the world around them. Inside every living plant, a subtle symphony is always playing. As water moves upward through stems, it forms tiny bubbles that burst, producing faint ultrasonic clicks. These emissions are so delicate that only sensitive microphones can detect them. Yet each has a distinct pattern depending on the plant's state. A thirsty tomato plant, for instance, produces more rapid and frequent clicks than a well-watered one. To an untrained ear, it's nothing. To a listening forest, it's a cry for help. When researchers began studying these ultrasonic emissions, they found that neighboring plants reacted. Even when no physical contact occurred, the chemical and electrical activity in surrounding leaves changed as though hearing the distress. Some closed their pores to conserve moisture, others altered gene expression to prepare for drought. The sound itself carried meaning, a sonic signal traveling through air and soil, invisible yet undeniable. Sound travels farther underground than in air. The vibrations of roots exploring soil echo like low, drawn-out notes, interacting with stones, water pockets, and neighboring roots. When two roots approach each other, they slow down, sensing the vibration patterns of the other's growth. It's not coincidence. Studies have shown that root tips emit and detect specific frequencies, around 200 to 300 Hz, and that they grow toward these signals as if drawn by resonance. Roots, it seems, can hear one another. This phenomenon, known as plant bioacoustics, is redefining our concept of communication. A seed buried in darkness uses sound to find its way, growing toward the vibrations of flowing water, even when no moisture is present in the soil. Sunflowers adjust their direction not only to light, but to low-frequency vibrations of pollinating bees. Corn roots exposed to sound waves develop faster, their cells expanding in rhythm with the pulse. The green world vibrates in awareness, listening not with ears, but with structure. Some plants have even evolved to use sound as a lure. Certain flowers amplify the buzzing frequency of their preferred pollinators, resonating sympathetically to attract them. When a bee approaches, its vibration triggers a micro-change in the flower's shape, releasing extra pollen precisely at that frequency. It's like a duet between species, a dance choreographed by vibration. In nature, resonance is relationship. Sound can also be a weapon. When caterpillars chew on leaves, the vibrations of their feeding alert the plant almost instantly. Within minutes, chemical defenses surge through the veins, bitter alkaloids, tannins, and enzymes that make the leaves unpalatable. The plant distinguishes between the vibration of rain, wind, or herbivore with precision. It doesn't waste energy reacting to false alarms. It knows what it's hearing. But sound in the forest is not only for defense, it is harmony, a constant negotiation between elements. The deep tones of tree trunks swaying in wind transmit through the soil to nearby saplings, guiding their growth direction. When wind speeds increase, older trees produce lower, longer vibrations, warning younger ones to strengthen their tissues. The forest teaches through frequency, memory written in resonance. Even silence carries structure. The absence of vibration tells plants that the world is still, that danger has passed. Some researchers believe that prolonged silence, such as the kind found in an anechoic chamber, stresses plants, disrupting their internal rhythms. Like us, they thrive not in isolation, but in the music of life around them. Every insect's wing beat, every drop of rain, every footstep through grass is part of their awareness. We often describe the forest as peaceful, but perhaps peace is not the absence of sound. It is its perfection. The harmony between air and leaf, between root and soil. We cannot hear the music, but we feel it. The vibration of a tree under wind resonates through the ground and into our bodies. The same frequencies that help plants grow can calm the human nervous system, aligning our heartbeat with the rhythm of nature. When you stand among trees and feel stillness, what you are really feeling is synchronization. Your cells matching the pulse of the living earth. And if we could amplify it, if we could translate every hum, click, and tremor into audible range, the world would be overwhelming. Forests would sound like symphonies of static and song, fields like choirs of rustling frequencies. Every blade of grass would have its own pitch, every petal a note. The planet would not be silent, but singing. The idea that plants could use sound has sparked controversy, fascination, and awe. Yet whether we call it communication or coincidence, the pattern is clear. Life vibrates to stay alive. From the first spark of creation, vibration has been the root of existence. Atoms oscillating, molecules dancing, hearts beating, wings buzzing, leaves trembling. Sound is not something that happens to the world. It is the world. In this truth, the boundary between hearing and feeling dissolves. We don't just hear sound, we live inside it. So do the trees, the grass, the fungi, the rivers. The same waves that move through our ears move through roots and stems, shaping their choices, guiding their growth. To listen deeply is to participate in the same universal resonance that built everything. Next time you walk through a quiet forest, stop and close your eyes. The silence you hear is an illusion. Beneath it is a vibration older than thought, a sound too vast for ears. The heartbeat of water, the low hum of soil, the soft clicks of living wood, the sound of life itself. Sound moves through the world like water. It flows around obstacles, fills every hollow, and seeps into the smallest spaces. It travels through air and soil alike, a carrier of energy and emotion. To life, sound is more than sensation. It is nourishment, direction, communication, and memory. Every vibration leaves a trace, shaping the growth of a root, the tension of a leaf, the rhythm of a heart. The same invisible waves that move through the air around a forest also move through us. We are all tuned instruments in the same cosmic orchestra. For centuries, humans have sensed that sound could heal. Long before there were laboratories to measure frequency or amplitude, people gathered around drums, chanting and singing to call rain, ease pain, or welcome sunrise. They may not have known that vibration changes cell behavior, but they felt it, deep in their bones, in the way sound rearranged emotion. Today, science is catching up to that ancient intuition. In greenhouses and research centers across the world, experiments show that plants respond dramatically to sound, just as we do. A vineyard in northern Italy plays classical music to its grapes. The frequencies of Mozart and Vivaldi vibrate through rows of vines, day and night. Farmers swear the plants grow stronger, the grapes sweeter, the yield higher. Skeptics scoff, but data supports them. Exposure to harmonic frequencies increases enzyme activity, boosts photosynthesis, and even alters gene expression. In laboratories, rice plants exposed to gentle sound waves show accelerated growth and denser root systems. The vibration acts as stimulation, like exercise for the cells, awakening dormant energy. But sound's influence runs deeper than growth alone. In the delicate tissues of plants, vibration can trigger defense mechanisms, promote healing after damage, and enhance nutrient uptake. Frequencies between 100 and 300 Hz seem especially potent, the same range that echoes through soil when wind shakes trees or when footsteps press into earth. The world's natural sounds are already a kind of therapy, fine-tuned through evolution. When we play music to plants, we're not introducing something foreign, we're echoing the environment's ancient pulse. Even silence has frequency. The absence of harsh noise allows natural vibrations to resonate freely. Modern acoustic ecologists warn that human noise pollution, the low drone of engines, the constant hum of machines, interferes with these natural communications. Studies show that chronic mechanical noise can stunt plant growth, confuse pollinators, and disrupt underground networks. A field beside a highway grows differently from one beside a stream. The soil still vibrates, but the song is dissonant. Life thrives best where sound remains pure. This is why the forest feels sacred. Its soundscape is balanced, a perfect ratio of noise and stillness, high and low frequencies woven into harmony. The wind, the rustle of leaves, the drip of water, the hum of insects, together they form an acoustic ecology that nourishes both plant and mind. When we walk among trees, our own biology synchronizes to that rhythm. Heart rate slows, cortisol drops, brain waves shift toward calm. The phenomenon is measurable. Humans entrain to the same low frequencies that move through the trunks and roots of trees. We don't just hear the forest, we resonate with it. Resonance is the key to everything. It's the reason a singer can shatter glass and why a tuning fork can set another vibrating without contact. When two bodies share the same frequency, they exchange energy effortlessly. In the plant world, resonance means communication. A root vibrating at a certain pitch can stimulate a fungal thread nearby, which then transmits that frequency across the network, translating vibration into chemistry, chemistry into growth. Through resonance, the entire ecosystem hums as one organism. Scientists have begun using sound deliberately to guide growth, an emerging field called sonic stimulation. Farmers play targeted frequencies to seeds before planting, increasing germination rates. Urban gardens use low-frequency vibrations to replace chemical fertilizers, encouraging stronger roots without harm to the soil. Even forests damaged by drought are being sung to through buried speakers emitting subsonic tones that mimic thunder. The results are early but promising. Trees seem to reopen their pores, restore nutrient flow, and recover vitality. The earth, it turns out, responds to being sung back to life. Humans are part of this feedback loop. When we create music inspired by nature, imitating birdsong, wind, rain, we're reflecting the planet's own vibration. The notes we play resonate not only through the air but through the ground, through the microbial webs beneath our feet. A cello's low note travels deep into soil, a flute's high tone ripples through leaves. Every melody is an offering to the living world that birthed sound in the first place. And perhaps this is why we feel peace when we hum softly in a forest or listen to rain. Our bodies are tuning themselves to the same frequencies that sustain roots and rivers. Modern medicine now studies this as vibroacoustic therapy, using sound waves to reduce pain, boost circulation, and synchronize brain activity. The same principle applies to plants. Frequency brings coherence to tissues, to systems, to the invisible fields that hold life together. Imagine for a moment if we could truly hear the planet's soundscape. The whisper of roots, the deep notes of shifting tectonic plates, the ultrasonics of flowers calling bees. It would be overwhelming, a chorus of frequencies from every corner of creation. And yet, within that vastness, harmony would prevail. Every sound has its place, every vibration its purpose. The forest would not be chaos, it would be music composed by time itself. To understand the sound of life is to realize that communication never stops. Even in apparent silence, vibration persists, molecules oscillating, atoms resonating. Every cell in our bodies is a tiny resonator, vibrating with the same patterns as the plants, the oceans, the sky. When you breathe, your lungs echo the rhythm of wind through branches. When your heart beats, it matches the pulse of waves striking the shore. We are instruments in the same endless song. So the next time you find yourself in stillness, listen closer. The hum beneath your feet, the rustle in the air, the almost inaudible throb that fills every moment. That is life speaking in its oldest voice. The plants hear it, the animals move with it, and your own body answers in kind. Sound is not just vibration, it is recognition, the universe remembering itself in rhythm. And when we finally learn to listen, truly listen, we may discover that we have never been alone in the silence at all. The planet breathes. Every dawn, as sunlight spreads across mountains and oceans, a slow, invisible inhalation begins. Forests awaken, leaves unfurl, and the air thickens with oxygen. Every dusk, as darkness returns, the earth exhales, carbon flows back into the atmosphere, and the balance resets. This rhythm has never faltered. It is the heartbeat of the biosphere, the respiration of a living world. We are all inside its lungs. The process seems mechanical: photosynthesis and respiration, carbon dioxide in, oxygen out, but beneath that simplicity lies the soul of the planet. Every molecule exchanged between plant and sky is a fragment of memory, a record of light transformed into life. When a tree breathes, it isn't just feeding itself. It's participating in a vast conversation that includes oceans, winds, soils, and stars. The air we breathe is not our own. It is borrowed, shared, and returned. During the day, sunlight floods the chloroplasts in every leaf, sparking photosynthesis. The elegant transaction that turns light into sugar, carbon into growth. Water drawn from roots splits apart, releasing oxygen molecules that drift upward, joining the global tide of air. It is the planet's exhale, an offering of life to all creatures that depend on it. At night, when the sun retreats, the same leaves inhale, consuming oxygen, releasing carbon dioxide, maintaining equilibrium. The forest does not sleep. It switches roles, balancing its dual nature, creator and consumer, giver and receiver. We often forget that oxygen is not infinite. It is produced anew each day by the quiet labor of plants and plankton. Every breath you take contains the memory of green, of forests, meadows, and algae performing their daily alchemy. Roughly half of all oxygen comes from the ocean, from microscopic phytoplankton drifting near the surface, shimmering in light. The other half comes from land, from trees, grasses, and mosses. The atmosphere is their shared masterpiece, a 21% gift of survival crafted molecule by molecule. When you inhale, you participate in that masterpiece. The air entering your lungs might include atoms that once drifted through the Amazon canopy or passed through the stomata of a fern 10,000 years ago. Each breath is a communion between past and present, plant and animal, sky and soil. We are literally recycling the exhalations of everything that ever lived. The carbon we release when we sigh may someday become part of a leaf or a coral or the cells of another being. Life is not linear, it circulates. Scientists call this endless circulation the carbon cycle, but it feels more like choreography, a delicate balance of exchange that sustains all living systems. Plants absorb carbon dioxide, storing it in wood and leaf. Animals consume plants, releasing it again through breath and decay. The soil captures some, oceans dissolve some, and volcanoes release what remains. The Earth's breath is slow and steady, measured in centuries as much as seconds. Yet we, the youngest participants in this system, have begun to alter its rhythm. Deforestation, fossil fuel combustion, and industrial expansion have filled the air with excess carbon, a cough in the planet's lungs. The balance that once held firm is shifting. Forests, those green lungs of the world, are struggling to keep pace. Each tree felled silences a fraction of the global exhale. Each hectare burned reduces the world's capacity to breathe cleanly. We speak of climate change as numbers, degrees, percentages, metrics. But beneath the data lies something visceral, the sound of the earth gasping for air. And yet, nature endures. Even in damaged ecosystems, the rhythm persists. Grasses sprout through ash, algae bloom after storms, new forests rise from the roots of old ones. The Earth's breath adapts, slower in some places, faster in others, but never ceasing. The planet remembers how to breathe, even when wounded. In that memory lies hope. There's poetry in knowing that every breeze you feel is not random, but the exhalation of trees and oceans intertwined. When wind moves through a forest, it carries traces of photosynthesis, the scent of oxygen freshly born from sunlight. When you stand in the midst of that wind, you stand inside the living breath of the world. The air touches your skin, enters your lungs, flows into your blood, and becomes part of you. The forest breathes into you, and you breathe it back. It is an unbroken circle, as intimate as love, as ancient as dawn. In laboratories, scientists have measured the Earth's respiration from space. satellites track the seasonal pulse of carbon, levels rising and falling as continents green and fade. The data looks eerily like a heartbeat, a slow rise through autumn, a drop in spring, repeating year after year. The planet's pulse beats in harmony with its rotation around the sun. To see that graph is to realize something profound. Earth is not a static rock in space, but a breathing organism, alive in rhythm. Even at the smallest scales, respiration defines existence. A single leaf, magnified under a microscope, reveals countless stomata, tiny mouths that open and close with the light. Through them, air enters and exits, flowing like tides. When drought comes, the plant closes these mouths to conserve moisture, holding its breath until rain returns. Each decision, when to inhale, when to exhale, is a negotiation with the elements. Plants are not passive filters of air. They are conscious participants in the planet's respiration. Humans, too, are shaped by breath. Every spiritual tradition, every meditative practice centers around it. To breathe deeply is to remember our connection to the green world. The oxygen that sustains thought, emotion, and consciousness comes from the quiet work of leaves. Each inhale is a gift. Each exhale, a return. The boundary between you and the forest dissolves with every breath. You are not outside the biosphere. You are the biosphere, expressed in motion. Perhaps that is the true wisdom of the Earth's breath, that life itself is not separate, but cyclical. The same molecules pass endlessly between species, linking us in unseen kinship. What you breathe today, the trees will one day breathe again. What the ocean exhales at dawn will enter your lungs at dusk. We are all part of the same respiration, the great inhalation and exhalation of the planet. Listen closely, and you can feel it. The wind through leaves, the rise of your chest, the gentle drift of clouds. That is the earth breathing. That is life remembering itself. The world exhales and you inhale. The world inhales and you exhale. And in that quiet exchange, nothing less than eternity passes between you. The world breathes in patterns too vast for our eyes to see. From space, Earth's atmosphere pulses like a sleeping giant, rising and falling in perfect rhythm with the seasons. Each year, as spring spreads across the northern hemisphere, carbon levels dip, the forests inhale, drawing life into their leaves. Each autumn, as the green fades to gold, they exhale, releasing what they cannot hold. The oceans, too, move in rhythm, absorbing and releasing carbon like the tide. Together, they form the planet's lungs, two halves of a single living breath. This global respiration is more than chemistry. It is choreography. The trees and the seas move in synchrony, guided by sunlight and gravity, balancing the delicate composition of the air we share. Every molecule of oxygen you breathe began as a photon from the sun, captured by a pigment in a leaf or a plankton cell, transformed into the invisible fabric of life. That air travels the globe, crossing mountains and deserts, circling through lungs and leaves alike. The entire atmosphere is one continuous exchange, a planetary conversation without words. Deep in the ocean, trillions of phytoplankton float near the surface, each one a microscopic mirror of the forest above. They absorb sunlight, exhale oxygen, and sink slowly when they die, carrying carbon down into the cold, dark depths. There, it rests for centuries, part of the slow breath of the sea. In this way, the ocean becomes both lung and memory, storing the excess breath of life, holding it until the balance requires release again. Without these invisible drifters, the sky would be too heavy with carbon and the planet would suffocate. Above, the forests answer in kind. They are not just passive absorbers of gas, they are active regulators of weather and climate. Through the tiny openings of their leaves, trees release water vapor that rises, condenses, and becomes rain. Their breath shapes clouds, and their exhalations summon storms. The Amazon alone generates enough moisture to influence rainfall across continents, linking the fate of jungles, deserts, and distant plains. The forest breathes, and the sky responds. The cycle of air and water becomes one heartbeat shared between earth and heaven. In this balance, everything is connected. The oxygen released by a mangrove at dawn may drift across the sea, to be inhaled by a human on another continent by dusk. The carbon dioxide exhaled by that same person may return to the ocean, feeding plankton that begin the cycle anew. There are no boundaries in the breath of the world, only circulation, flow, exchange. The atmosphere is the planet's bloodstream, and every creature contributes to its pulse. It is easy to forget this in our cities, where the air feels separate from nature, recycled through machines and walls. Yet the molecules within that air still bear the same signature of forests and oceans. They carry the trace of sunlight, the memory of rain, the echo of photosynthesis. Every breath you take in a crowded street contains a fragment of some distant forest, a whisper of kelp, a ghost of wind from the open sea. The connection never breaks, even when unseen. When scientists measure the global flux of carbon, they find something miraculous. The Earth is self-correcting. When carbon levels rise too high, vegetation grows faster, drawing it down. When oxygen dips, microbial life in the ocean compensates. The planet behaves like an organism maintaining equilibrium, a system not of chaos, but of cooperation. It is as though the world knows how to breathe itself back into balance, if only given the chance. And yet, that rhythm is fragile. The excess gases released by human activity are like a hand pressing too hard on the chest of a sleeping giant. The breath becomes labored. The cycles that once harmonized begin to falter. Coral reefs bleach, forests dry, glaciers retreat. The air grows heavier, warmer, thinner with patience. The planet still breathes, but unevenly, as though exhausted. Still, life adapts. Even in altered air, new patterns emerge. Trees shift their growing seasons, leaves open earlier, roots dig deeper. Algae evolve to withstand warmer currents. The earth, though wounded, remembers how to heal. Its breath slows, then steadies. There is resilience written into the chemistry of creation, a determination woven into every molecule of air. Life, it seems, is the art of remembering how to breathe through change. We, too, are part of that remembering. When you breathe deeply, when you pause, fill your lungs and exhale, you are aligning with the oldest rhythm on the planet. That single breath mirrors the tide, the wind, the sway of trees. In that moment, separation dissolves. You are not merely a bystander to the Earth's respiration, you are a participant. The same oxygen that fuels your blood fuels the fire within a leaf. The same carbon you release may someday become part of a forest's heartwood. Breath is the bridge between self and world. In many ancient traditions, this truth was known without instruments or data. The Sanskrit word prana, the Chinese qi, the Greek pneuma, all mean both breath and life force. These cultures understood that air is sacred not because it is abundant, but because it connects all living beings in one invisible embrace. The forests and the oceans are not resources, they are our lungs turned inside out, breathing for us as we breathe for them. Even now, the planet's breath continues its eternal rhythm. Day into night, season into season, carbon into oxygen, silence into song. From the faint shimmer of plankton beneath moonlight to the whisper of wind through cedar, every movement contributes to the same unbroken exhale of creation. When the world grows quiet, when you stand at dawn and the air is cool and your breath clouds in front of you, listen. The sound you hear is not just wind, it's the earth itself inhaling. And when the breeze shifts, brushing your face with warmth, that is its exhale, soft and endless. To breathe is to participate in the planet's prayer, a prayer without words, carried in the lungs of forests, in the waves of oceans, in the rise and fall of your own chest. The earth breathes through us, and we through it. That has always been the truth, from the first flicker of life to the last whisper of dusk. And as long as breath remains, somewhere somehow, life will continue its song. Beneath every surface, beneath the roots and stone, the earth flows with memory. Rivers, clouds, oceans, even the dew that gathers on a blade of grass at dawn, all are part of the same ancient current. Water is the world's bloodstream. It moves through rock and sky, through cell and sea, carrying with it the imprint of everything it touches. It is not simply a substance, it is a witness, fluid, eternal, and aware. Every drop of water that falls from the sky has lived 1,000 lives. It has been vapor and ice, mist and blood, tear and tide. It has seen continents form and mountains fall. The rain that softens the soil today may once have rested in the lungs of a whale, or circled the earth as vapor during the dawn of creation. In its endless cycle, water remembers, not through words or thought, but through structure. Within its molecules lies a capacity to organize, to respond, to record the vibrations of life itself. Scientists studying water at the microscopic level have discovered that it is far from random. Its molecules form fleeting but purposeful patterns, clustering into lattices that shift with temperature, pressure, and even sound. These structures, known as hydrogen bond networks, are sensitive beyond imagination. A vibration, a trace of energy, a single ion, all leave a mark. Some researchers suggest that water's dynamic patterns might act as a kind of molecular memory, storing information about its environment. Whether or not this constitutes consciousness, the result is the same. Water listens. This listening defines the planet. When lightning strikes the sea, electrical pulses ripple through miles of ocean, altering molecular arrangements. When whales sing, their low frequencies travel for hundreds of miles, shaping not just behavior but chemistry. Even the motion of the moon, its gravity drawing tides back and forth, imprints rhythm into water, a pulse that echoes in our veins. Every organism on Earth is built upon this moving record, its body tuned to the frequencies of flow. Inside plants, water becomes architecture. It rises through xylem vessels like liquid glass, carrying nutrients and messages from root to leaf. It responds to sunlight and gravity, to the pull of moonlight and the pressure of wind. Each molecule ascends, evaporates, condenses, and falls again, a journey of transformation repeated billions of times a day. The forest drinks and exhales, its breath carried by water vapor that drifts upward to form clouds. Those clouds travel across continents, delivering the memory of one place to another. The Amazon's rains fall on Africa's coasts. The Pacific's mists feed Himalayan snow. In this way, the world circulates itself through water. But water is not only messenger, it is mediator. In every living cell, water holds shape and possibility. Proteins fold in its embrace, DNA coils and uncoils like song. Without it, nothing could move or remember. The slight electric charge within each droplet allows energy to transfer seamlessly, making water the medium of life's communication. It carries ions, nutrients, and even the subtle electromagnetic fields generated by thought and growth. In plants, pulses of charge move through sap, guiding growth and signaling distress. Water does not merely support life, it conducts it. This conductivity gives rise to phenomena we barely understand. When scientists expose water to certain frequencies, music, light, or magnetic fields, its crystalline patterns shift. Some claim that gentle vibrations, like the sound of a heartbeat or a note of music, can enhance molecular coherence. while noise and pollution disrupt it. Though debated, the idea resonates deeply, that harmony in sound and energy might lead to harmony in form. Perhaps this is why flowing rivers calm us, why ocean waves seem to reset the mind. We are made mostly of water, and what flows through us responds to what surrounds us. Water also holds memory in motion. The path of a river carves history into land, remembering every bend and obstacle. Ice records the breath of ancient air, each layer preserving traces of atmosphere from centuries past. Even the rain carries chemical signatures that reveal its origin, a molecular story written across the sky. In this sense, to study water is to read the autobiography of the planet. Every droplet is a sentence in that ongoing book. Culturally, humanity has always revered water as sacred, the source of purity, rebirth, and reflection. Ancient temples were built beside rivers. Every ritual began with washing or immersion. Perhaps instinctively, our ancestors understood that water does not simply cleanse the body. It realigns the self with the greater flow of existence. In its clarity, we see ourselves, not as isolated beings, but as ripples in a shared current. Yet even this sacred medium bears scars. Pollution, heat, and chemical waste distort its natural rhythms. The crystalline harmony of rivers becomes chaotic. The ocean's memory clogs with toxins. Water, once the great recorder of balance, now reflects imbalance. But there is resilience in its flow. Given time, water purifies itself through movement, through contact with rock and sun. Its essence, adaptability, ensures survival. No matter how altered, it returns to cycle, to rain, to sea, to song. Standing beside a river, you can feel the pulse of this endless journey. The water that passes your feet may one day rise into the clouds, fall on another continent, enter the veins of a tree, or return as the rain that touches your face. In that flow lies immortality. Nothing is lost, only transformed. Every drop, every life, every moment is part of one continuous circulation. And when you drink, you are not merely quenching thirst. You are participating in memory. The water you swallow carries stories of mountains, forests, and time itself. It becomes your blood, your thought, your emotion, only to leave again as breath or sweat, returning to the cycle. You are not separate from the river. You are the river, flowing through human form for a brief instant before moving on. In the end, water reminds us of the truth that all life shares. Permanence lies not in stillness, but in motion. To flow is to endure. To change is to remember. And to remember in water's language is to keep becoming. The memory of water is the memory of life itself, fluid, connected, eternal. Every droplet carries the echo of creation, the whisper of stars, the promise of return. Listen closely, and you can almost hear it moving within you, the soft, unending murmur of the world remembering itself. Water listens. It listens not with ears, but with movement, responding to touch, sound, emotion, and vibration with an elegance that defies our instruments. It absorbs experience, translating energy into pattern, chaos into form. To the casual eye, a glass of water is inert, but beneath its still surface, molecules are in constant dialogue, shifting, aligning, and separating in response to the world around them. Each ripple, each microscopic vibration records a whisper of its surroundings. It is through this sensitivity that water becomes not only the foundation of life, but its interpreter. When a sound passes through water, the molecules rearrange themselves, creating temporary crystalline structures that match the frequency of the vibration. Some frequencies yield symmetry, perfect hexagons and spirals that echo snowflakes and shells. Others break form, scattering into dissonance. This phenomenon inspired the work of researchers who photographed frozen water exposed to words, music, and emotion. The results, though controversial, remain haunting. Patterns that mirrored kindness were clear and graceful, while those influenced by aggression appeared fragmented and distorted. Whether science or metaphor, the idea resonates deeply, that emotion leaves an imprint not only on our hearts, but on the very medium that sustains them. In living systems, these patterns have consequences. Water within plants, for example, doesn't simply flow. It carries information through subtle electromagnetic shifts. When a tree is wounded, electrical signals travel through its water channels, triggering defense responses across the organism. In human bodies, water performs a similar function, transmitting electrical impulses along nerves, balancing pH, maintaining rhythm in the heartbeat. It's not a stretch to imagine that water, both in us and around us, participates in a shared symphony of resonance, keeping the song of life coherent across scales. Every organism, from a single-cell algae to the human brain, is made mostly of water. Within this common element lies a field of communication more ancient than language. Cells exchange signals through it. Tissues resonate with its frequencies. Even consciousness, some physicists speculate, may depend on the quantum coherence of water molecules within the brain. If true, then thought itself is liquid, a current of awareness moving through waves of molecular memory. Consider a rainstorm. As droplets strike the ground, they transmit both energy and information. The impact releases ions that interact with soil microbes, awakening chemical activity below. The rhythm of rainfall sets tempo for growth, guiding seeds and roots in unseen synchrony. In deserts, even a single shower reshapes the behavior of ecosystems. The scent that follows, petrichor, is nature's proof that water has touched life, carrying microscopic signals of renewal. Each droplet becomes both messenger and catalyst. This responsiveness extends beyond biology. Water mirrors the emotional atmosphere of a place. A tranquil pond reflects serenity, not just visually, but energetically. Its molecules move with cohesive flow, amplifying stillness. Conversely, polluted or stagnant water absorbs discord. Its patterns lose symmetry, its rhythm slows. In both nature and human-built spaces, clean, flowing water radiates vitality because it is in resonance with life's order. Our ancestors sensed this intuitively. They built sacred wells, fountains and baths, not merely for hygiene, but for communion. They believed water purified spirit as much as body, restoring coherence between the self and the world. Modern science touches this ancient intuition through the study of structured water, the arrangement of molecules influenced by light, sound, and electromagnetic fields. Some researchers describe it as a fourth phase, between liquid and solid, where water holds energy more efficiently and interacts dynamically with cell membranes. Though debated, experiments show that exposure to natural frequencies, sunlight, Schumann resonances, or gentle vibration, increases structure and coherence. In other words, nature tunes water. It shapes the memory of the medium that gives rise to all living things. This tuning happens constantly. Waves crashing on shore, rivers coursing through rock. Even the beating of your heart all produce frequencies that interact with water's internal lattice. These vibrations reinforce the patterns that sustain balance. When the rhythm is broken, through noise pollution, electromagnetic interference, or emotional chaos, the coherence falters. Stress ripples through ecosystems and bodies alike. But the remedy is as simple as the cause: restoration through natural resonance, the sound of rain, the movement of wind over water. Even quiet breathing near a stream reawakens the order. Life remembers its melody. In laboratories, scientists have begun using sound frequencies to purify water, removing toxins, altering pH, and increasing clarity without chemicals. They've discovered that resonance can break molecular bonds of pollutants while enhancing beneficial structures. What once seemed mystical now finds evidence in physics. Frequency heals because it restores harmony to motion. Water, as the most responsive medium, becomes the bridge between vibration and form, between sound and matter. The implications stretch beyond biology. If water indeed records and transmits frequency, then every thought, every sound, every act of creation echoes through it. The songs of whales, the hum of wind turbines, the laughter of children, all imprint upon the same planetary medium. Earth's oceans are archives of energy, resonating with the total sum of life's expression. To pollute water, then, is not only to poison ecosystems, but to distort the very field through which life communicates. The call for clean water is therefore not only ecological but spiritual, a demand to preserve the clarity of the planet's memory. Standing beside a body of water, you can feel this intelligence, an awareness without words. The surface may seem still, but beneath, everything moves, connecting cloud to current, mountain to cell. When you touch that water, you complete the circuit. Its molecules remember your presence, your heat, your vibration. For a moment, you and the river share structure. The boundary dissolves. You are part of its flow, and it becomes part of you. Perhaps that is why humans have always found peace near water. It doesn't just reflect the world, it mirrors our inner state. When we are calm, its surface smooths. When we are restless, it ripples with our unease. To heal ourselves, we return to rivers, seas, and rain because they remind us of our original coherence, the pattern of being that predates words, that hums quietly beneath the noise of thought. Water does not forget. Even when it evaporates, even when it freezes or flows underground, it carries the resonance of every moment it has touched. It remembers kindness and cruelty, creation and decay, song and silence. And through its endless cycle, it gives those memories back to the world, transformed, softened, renewed. If life is the poem, then water is the page upon which it is written, erased and rewritten endlessly, yet never blank. It holds everything, forgets nothing, and through its motion ensures that memory becomes renewal. When you drink, you are not merely sustaining your body. You are participating in the continuity of existence, absorbing the song of the earth itself. You are water remembering that it is alive. Beneath the surface of the world lies a civilization without eyes or sound, a hidden city of tendrils, filaments, and silent communication. It is older than animal life, older than bone or brain, yet it thinks, it decides, it learns. The intelligence of roots is the quiet wisdom of the earth made flesh, or rather, made fiber and flow. To look at a forest from above is to see only the half of it that reaches for the sun. The real story, the deeper mind, hums in the darkness below. Every seed that breaks open begins its life in instinct, a search for water, for minerals, for stability. But what we call instinct in the root is closer to reasoning. Within the tip of every growing root is a region known as the root apex, filled with specialized cells that detect gravity, moisture, and chemical gradients. These cells act like sensors, sending electrical signals that guide direction and speed. When the root meets an obstacle, a stone, a dense patch of soil, it doesn't push blindly forward. It pauses, measures resistance, redirects. It remembers. This is no mechanical reaction. The patterns of root movement mirror those of animal neurons exploring new pathways. In 1880, Charles Darwin himself described the root tip as a brain-like organ, sensing the world and orchestrating the plant's behavior. Modern science is rediscovering what Darwin intuited, that plants possess distributed intelligence, with the root system serving as both network and processor. Electrical impulses travel between cells at measurable speeds, forming a communication web not unlike a neural network. The plant thinks with its body. In the subterranean dark, roots navigate a labyrinth more complex than any built by humans. They locate water sources from meters away, detecting faint acoustic vibrations of flowing liquid. They avoid toxins and predators, distinguishing safe zones from danger. They send chemical messages to neighboring plants, not through air, but through exudates, secretions that alter the microbial landscape of the soil. In this way, a root's intelligence extends beyond its body, shaping the environment itself into an extension of its mind. Each root tip acts as an individual explorer, yet the collective behavior of the root system reveals something extraordinary: swarm intelligence. Just as ants coordinate to find food or birds align in flight, roots cooperate beneath the soil, balancing competition and collaboration. When two plants of the same species grow near each other, their roots often interlace rather than fight for territory, sharing resources through mutual signals. But when faced with strangers or invaders, they alter their growth pattern, establishing chemical borders like invisible fences. This is self-recognition, a form of identity. The plant knows where it ends and another begins. The medium of this underground communication is alive, the rhizosphere, the thin layer of soil surrounding roots, teeming with bacteria, fungi, and microfauna. The root exudes sugars and amino acids into this zone, feeding microorganisms that in turn defend it, digest minerals, and relay messages. Through these partnerships, plants form alliances. Fungal hyphae connect multiple root systems, transferring nutrients and electrical signals, a network now famously known as the Wood Wide Web. Through it, old trees share carbon with saplings, warn of pests, and even regulate population density. Intelligence, in this light, is not confined to individual organisms but woven through relationships. And yet, the most astonishing behavior happens at the level of decision-making. When scientists grow maize seedlings in a maize-shaped container, the roots choose the shortest path toward water. When two roots are equally efficient, they split resources, one exploring, one stabilizing. When nutrients are scarce, roots distribute energy based on priority, favoring survival over expansion. These are not reflexes, they are strategies. Plants are not static entities reacting to the world. They are strategists shaping their futures. In recent decades, researchers like Stefano Mancuso have recorded bioelectrical patterns in roots that resemble the firing rhythms of neurons. When stimulated, these electrical waves change frequency as if encoding information. When the same stimulus returns, the response accelerates, an echo of learning. Roots, it seems, remember experiences. A plant that has felt drought grows differently afterward. One that has sensed danger allocates more energy to defense. Even without a brain, it processes, predicts, and adapts. This intelligence is not fast, but it is profound. It moves at the speed of sap, not synapse, yet its depth surpasses impulse. Roots think in time frames that span seasons and centuries. A tree's roots may guide its descendants long after the trunk has fallen, sharing nutrients through decaying wood, shaping the soil for future generations. In the dark, intelligence becomes legacy. When we uproot a plant, we don't just kill its body, we sever its memory. The soil remembers too, but differently. Microbes once aligned to its rhythms scatter, the balance shifts, the absence echoes. The forest feels the loss in silence. Yet the web remains resilient. New roots grow, new minds emerge, the underground consciousness continues. Life, beneath the surface, is self-healing thought. Perhaps this is what the ancients sensed when they worshipped trees as wise, that below them, unseen, was a slow awareness, a mind rooted in patience. Unlike us, roots don't separate thought from environment. They think with the world, not about it. They don't conquer, they connect. Their wisdom lies not in dominance, but in reciprocity, the understanding that growth and giving are the same act. If we could translate the language of roots, their electrical murmurs, their chemical negotiations, we might find that it mirrors our own emotions. Hunger, fear, cooperation, even altruism, all expressed in the currency of ions and molecules. The difference is only scale and speed. They think slowly and perhaps more clearly. Next time you walk through a forest, remember, beneath every step is a vast thinking network, mapping the world in scent, sound, and charge. You stand on the neurons of the planet, an intelligence that built the ground you walk upon. The roots listen, remember, and decide. They are not beneath us in any sense that matters. They are the mind of the earth, growing quietly, endlessly, beneath the noise of our own forgetting. In the darkness beneath our feet, a slow exchange unfolds, patient, silent, and deliberate. The intelligence of roots does not speak in words or symbols, but in chemistry, electricity, and time. It is an ancient consciousness that operates beneath perception, beneath haste. While we chase progress in light, the roots cultivate understanding in shadow. Every pulse of energy that travels through the soil is a thought, every nutrient exchanged a decision. This is not the stillness of ignorance, but the stillness of immense awareness. Imagine the forest as an inverted sky. The trunks and leaves above are stars, but beneath a vast cosmos of roots and fungi stretch in all directions, galaxies of information and exchange. The forest does not end at the soil line, it deepens. And in that subterranean depth lies cooperation of staggering sophistication. Roots interlink through fungal filaments so fine they can pass through a single grain of sand. These fungal threads, hyphae, form networks that connect not just one tree but entire ecosystems. The mycelium becomes a biological internet, routing signals, distributing resources, balancing needs. Through it, forests share both stress and strength. Older trees, the elders of the forest, often stand at the center of these webs. They sense which saplings are struggling, which need light or carbon, and they respond. Experiments have shown that these mother trees send sugars through the fungal network to nourish their young, even those shaded from sunlight. The transaction is not random. Trees favor kin and even remember them, showing preference for their genetic relatives. Here intelligence takes the form of empathy, a slow biochemical generosity that sustains the collective. And yet this generosity is not blind. Roots also know restraint. When one tree becomes too dominant, its neighbors reduce connection, limiting the flow of nutrients to restore balance. No voice commands this equilibrium. It emerges from feedback, a constant responsive dialogue in which every organism acts both for itself and for the whole. In this way, the forest behaves like a living brain, composed not of neurons but of roots and fungi, where decisions ripple outward until harmony returns. Each exchange carries memory. The soil retains signatures of past cooperation, chemical traces that tell roots where kin once grew, where danger once struck. When a tree dies, its carbon doesn't vanish. It seeps into nearby networks, fueling the next generation. Death becomes data, and decay a transfer of knowledge. The forest's intelligence is cumulative. It learns layer by layer, decade by decade, from the decomposition of its own experience. We can measure the pulse of this intelligence. Electrical fluctuations move through root networks in patterns strikingly similar to brain waves. Slow oscillations indicate stability. Bursts of high frequency correspond to stress. These waves travel through soil, crossing species boundaries, mediated by fungal bridges. When drought hits one patch of forest, electrical alerts travel underground before the first leaves above begin to wilt. Neighboring plants, forewarned, close their pores, adjust their metabolism, conserve water. They act before danger arrives. To think, it seems, is to anticipate. And the roots think constantly. This form of awareness doesn't depend on speed or individuality. Where animals survive by reaction, roots thrive by coordination. Their intelligence is decentralized, not located in a single organ, but distributed through the collective. Each root tip is both sensor and actor, aware of its microcosm, yet aligned with the network's greater pattern. This is cognition without ego, decision without dominance. It's what scientists call emergent intelligence, and what poets might call wisdom. The parallels between root networks and human societies run deeper than metaphor. We too depend on invisible connections, families, cultures, economies, languages. We thrive when exchange is generous and collapse when competition overwhelms collaboration. The forest shows that intelligence reaches its highest form not in isolation, but in interdependence. The genius of roots lies in their refusal to exist alone. They grow toward others, merge, adapt, and share until survival becomes symphony. Even time obeys different rules underground. A root system can persist for millennia, outliving storms, droughts, and empires. Some clonal colonies, like the trembling aspen of Utah, known as Pando, consist of tens of thousands of trunks, all connected by a single root network that's been alive for over 80,000 years. It has witnessed the birth of language, the migration of ice, the rise and fall of civilizations. To such a being, human history would appear as a flicker of light across the soil, brief, dazzling, and gone. The intelligence of roots is measured not in thoughts per second, but in wisdom per century. When you walk through a forest, the ground beneath you hums with connection. Each step compresses the living skin of an ancient mind. You might not hear it, but the roots sense your presence, vibrations of weight, rhythm of motion. They respond subtly, shifting patterns of flow, adjusting the pressure of water and ions. You are part of their perception, another ripple in their map of the world. In this way, every living thing participates in the cognition of the planet. The roots listen not just to rain and rock, but to heartbeat and footstep. We are never truly apart from them. We are threads in the same network, temporary branches of a greater awareness. The intelligence of roots teaches this. Connection is consciousness. Growth is dialogue. To know the world is to be woven into it. Beneath the silence, the earth is thinking. Every beginning begins in silence. Before the forest rises, before the first breath of green pierces the soil, there is a pause, a heartbeat between worlds, and in that pause rests the seed. It looks inert, a speck of dust, a hard oval of stillness. Yet within that stillness lies the entire architecture of life: root, leaf, flower, fruit, and the echo of forests yet unborn. The seed is both memory and prophecy, the sum of all that came before and the promise of everything that will be. If roots are the earth's mind, then seeds are its dreams. Each one contains not only the genetic code of its parent, but an intricate awareness of its environment, a kind of latent intelligence waiting for the right cue. A seed knows when to wake, when to rest, when to risk its fragile life in the gamble of germination. Buried in soil or carried by wind, it listens, not to sound, but to signals, temperature, light, moisture, magnetic fields, even the chemical whispers of nearby plants. When the conditions align, it answers with life. Inside the shell of a seed, time slows almost to stillness. Water vanishes, metabolism halts, and cells enter a suspended animation that can last years, decades, even millennia. Some lotus seeds, recovered from ancient lakes, have awakened after more than 1,000 years of sleep. Others, encased in Arctic permafrost, waited through ice ages for warmth to return. The patience of seeds defies imagination. They do not measure time in days or seasons, but in chances, in the brief alignment of circumstance that says now. When that moment comes, the transformation is instantaneous. Water re-enters, enzymes awaken, energy surges through dormant cells. The The seed swells and splits, releasing its first root downward like a declaration of intent. This act, the radical's emergence, is both instinct and awareness. The root grows toward gravity, yet avoids toxins and dryness, guided by microsensors within the tip. The shoot, meanwhile, arcs upward, bending toward light before it ever sees it. The seedling knows direction long before experience. Intelligence here is not taught, it is born remembering. Scientists have long been astonished by this precision. Seeds sown in identical soil behave differently depending on subtle environmental cues. Some delay germination for weeks after rain, sensing that a second storm may follow. Others germinate only after fire, their coats chemically unlocked by smoke, an evolutionary memory of renewal through destruction. Desert plants detect vibrations from thunder, sprouting only when rain is certain. Such behavior suggests not blind programming but dynamic awareness, a capacity to interpret the world and act accordingly. Beneath the shell, communication begins immediately. The embryonic root releases compounds into the soil that attract beneficial bacteria and fungi, forming alliances before the first leaf even appears. These symbionts become the seedling's teachers, translating the language of the earth. The young plant inherits not just genes, but relationships. It learns where it stands in the web of life and how to survive within it. Every species carries a different strategy of awakening. Some seeds germinate only in darkness, hidden from predators and sun. Others require light to trigger their first breath, responding to specific wavelengths that promise open space above. Some burst open explosively when humidity reaches a threshold, flinging their contents into the wind. Others wait patiently in water, drifting for miles before finding home. Each is a variation on the same ancient song, an orchestration of chemistry and chance composed by evolution over billions of years. But the true brilliance of seeds lies in their adaptability. When the environment changes, they do not despair, they adjust. Seeds produced during drought may grow thicker coats, ensuring their descendants wait for better conditions. Others alter dormancy depth or timing based on parental stress. This is heredity infused with experience, memory encoded in protein, intuition passed through cellulose. In this way, the seed becomes a living record of the planet's memory, adapting itself not just to survive, but to understand. Some scientists now describe this as a form of predictive intelligence. A seed does not merely react to the present, it anticipates the future. Its chemical sensors measure moisture, light, and temperature in combination, building a forecast of what the coming days might hold. Germination, then, is not random but calculated, a decision that balances risk and potential. In the simplest of beings, we find the purest example of wisdom, the power to wait. Culturally, humans have always felt awe before seeds. Ancient myths called them the tears of gods, the stars of the soil, the hidden heart of creation. In every tradition, they symbolize rebirth, the cycle of death into life, silence into song. Even in modern times, we preserve them with reverence. Deep in the Arctic, in the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, millions of seeds rest in cold darkness, a safeguard against catastrophe. Within those vaults lies the DNA of civilization, a promise that life will begin again, no matter what we do above ground. And yet, perhaps the greater vault lies beneath every field, every forest floor, the natural seed banks held in soil. Dormant seeds, buried for decades, await the subtle cues of fire, rain, or disturbance to rise again. After devastation, flood, war, volcanic eruption, the first green to appear is always from the memory beneath. The earth never forgets how to begin anew. To hold a seed is to hold time compressed. Inside its shell rests the logic of evolution, the memory of light, and the hope of continuity. It carries more information than any library, more resilience than any empire. It knows only two words written in the language of existence: wait and grow. The symphony of seeds is the symphony of life's persistence. Every melody of root and leaf begins in that first quiet note, the heartbeat of dormancy that waits for the right rhythm to join the song. When the seed finally awakens, it does so not as an act of chance, but of harmony, a single instrument rejoining the orchestra of the living earth. And so, when you hold a seed between your fingers, pause, feel its weight, the weight of potential, of memory, of patience. You are holding a future that has already begun dreaming of you. Even after a seed falls into the soil, its story is far from still. Beneath that quiet shell lies not only the potential for life, but an ongoing dialogue with the world around it. A conversation written in chemistry, vibration, and memory. Seeds, though dormant, are never truly asleep. They are listening. They are reading the world. Their silence is not death, but waiting, a kind of meditation through which they gather wisdom before awakening. In the hidden world beneath the soil's surface, countless seeds lie side by side, forming what ecologists call the seed bank. It is a library of possibility, a living archive of generations past and futures yet to come. Each seed holds a unique record of environmental memory, what its parent plant endured, what seasons it survived, what storms it weathered. These memories are not stories told in language, but imprinted in molecules, in proteins, hormones, and tiny chemical markers that alter how genes express themselves. Through this process, experience becomes inheritance. A plant that once faced drought gives rise to seeds that grow stronger under scarcity. A forest that has burned gives birth to seeds that wait for flame to wake them. This memory, stored within the seed, blurs the line between instinct and awareness. It suggests that even at the smallest scale, life does not simply react, it recalls. Each seed carries not only its lineage, but the emotional fingerprint of its environment, encoded through generations. When conditions shift, that knowledge unfolds, guiding growth with precision honed through eons. It is not randomness that fills the forest after fire or flood. It is intelligence rising from memory, orchestrating rebirth through inherited knowing. Scientists studying seed dormancy have discovered that the decision to germinate is influenced by complex networks of signals. The balance of plant hormones like abscisic acid and gibberellin, the ratio of light to dark, the texture of the surrounding soil. But beyond chemistry lies a subtler layer. Seeds are attuned to vibration. They sense the low rumble of thunder, the patter of rain, even the rhythmic movement of roots nearby. They measure these cues, not consciously but precisely, weighing risk against opportunity. Germination is an act of trust, a leap into the unknown, and every seed waits until it feels that the world is ready to receive it. The communication between seeds and their surroundings continues even after germination begins. Emerging roots release compounds that alter the microbial landscape, shaping communities of bacteria and fungi that protect the young seedling from disease. Some seeds coordinate with others of their kind, germinating simultaneously to increase their collective chances of survival. This synchronization, often triggered by shared environmental signals, creates waves of life that sweep through ecosystems like orchestral crescendos. A desert, long barren after years of drought, can erupt overnight into bloom, a million seeds awakening in unison, a spontaneous chorus of renewal. Even in their stillness, seeds contribute to the balance of ecosystems. They regulate population cycles, ensuring that no species overwhelms another. Some remain dormant for decades, waiting for the right interval to restore equilibrium. In this sense, the seed bank beneath the soil is not just a repository of potential, but a living intelligence that manages the pulse of renewal and rest. The planet's resilience depends on their restraint. Too many awakenings at once would exhaust resources, too few, and the land would fade. The timing of life's return is measured in the patience of seeds. There is beauty in this restraint, a wisdom that transcends human urgency. In a world driven by growth, the seed reminds us that waiting is not weakness. It is the highest form of strategy. The seed knows that timing is everything, that the right moment to act is worth centuries of stillness. In its dormancy, it embodies the very rhythm of the earth, expansion and contraction, life and rest, sound and silence. Seeds also embody communication between generations. When a plant produces seeds, it encodes not just survival traits, but messages for the future. Epigenetic changes, tiny chemical edits to DNA, tell offspring what conditions to expect. If a parent plant endured heat, its seeds will sprout with altered proteins that make them more tolerant. If nutrients were scarce, the next generation grows roots better suited to search for sustenance. This inheritance of memory ensures continuity, allowing life to learn without forgetting. It is evolution at the speed of a heartbeat. In many ways, seeds mirror consciousness itself, self-contained, full of potential, and shaped by the memory of experience. The dormant mind, like the dormant seed, rests beneath the surface, gathering strength until it's ready to awaken. When conditions of awareness align, when the soil of thought is fertile, the light of understanding sufficient, ideas germinate, pushing through the darkness into bloom. Every act of creation, every realization follows the same pattern. We too are seeds dreaming of growth. Throughout history, humans have intuited this connection. In myth and ritual, the seed has always symbolized rebirth. Osiris buried and resurrected in Egypt, Persephone's descent and return in Greece, the grain sacrificed each harvest only to rise again in spring. In every culture, the seed is not merely a biological unit, but a metaphor for the continuity of spirit. To plant a seed is to participate in eternity. It is an act of faith, faith that the world will still exist when it rises again. And perhaps that is the greatest truth the seed teaches, that renewal is built into the architecture of existence. Even in death, life hides its own resurrection. Fire cracks open husks, frost primes shells, decay feeds the next generation. Destruction is never final. It is a stage in the germination of something new. The universe itself follows the same principle, collapse giving way to creation, silence to sound, dormancy to awakening. The seed is not just part of that cycle. It is the cycle, the smallest embodiment of cosmic order. When we hold a seed, we hold infinity condensed into form, a spiral of DNA containing the story of sunlight, soil, and soul. It is the purest symbol of hope, because it contains the future and the memory of survival at once. So next time you see a seed resting in your palm, know this. It is not merely waiting to become something else. It already is everything. The tree, the forest, the air you breathe, all of it begins here, in silence, in patience, in the wisdom of the seed. The earth sings through these tiny vessels, repeating its oldest refrain, sleep, remember, awaken. The symphony never ends, it only changes its tempo. Deep in the living maze of the forest, beneath the tangled canopy and layered scent of soil and moss, something extraordinary is always happening. A constant flow of energy, information, and intent. Every tree, every fern, every fungus and insect is part of a single organism, a web of life so intertwined that to cut one thread is to tremble the whole. The forest is not a collection of individuals, but a collective heart, beating through roots and mycelium, through air and leaf, through the silent rhythm of growth and decay. Walk into an old-growth forest, and the first thing you feel is presence, a sentience that hums just beyond hearing. Light filters through branches like thought through synapse. Each shaft of sunlight sets off a cascade of reactions. Photosynthesis igniting in chloroplasts, sugars pulsing downward through phloem, electrical signals flickering along stems. But these are not isolated events. They are coordinated gestures of a single system. The forest breathes as one body, each part aware of the other's pulse. Beneath the soil, roots and fungal filaments form the great connective tissue, the mycorrhizal network that binds the forest together. Through it, trees share nutrients, warnings, and even messages of recognition. A spruce under attack by beetles sends chemical alerts through its fungal partners. Neighbouring pines respond by fortifying their bark and producing protective resins. A dying birch releases its stored carbon to the surrounding saplings, ensuring the continuity of the community. The forest knows no loneliness, even in death it gives. The intelligence of this system lies in reciprocity. Trees feed fungi with sugars formed in sunlight, and the fungi return minerals and nitrogen drawn from the depths of the soil. This exchange is precise, negotiated molecule by molecule, based on need and availability. Some scientists have called this a form of biological market, but that term misses the grace of what happens here. There is no greed in the forest's economy, only balance. Where one species gives, another receives, until the whole thrives. Above ground, this cooperation extends to creatures that move through the trees. Birds, insects and mammals act as pollinators and messengers, distributing seeds, spreading spores, and completing the circuit of regeneration. Even decay, the slow work of fungi and bacteria, is not destruction but translation. Fallen leaves become soil, soil feeds roots, roots grow trees, and the circle closes. Every death in the forest is an offering to life. In this web of connection, individuality dissolves. Each tree stands apart only in appearance. Beneath, they merge into one vast organism. The heart of the forest is not a single point, but a pulse that moves through everything. Scientists have measured electrical surges traveling through root systems in response to changing light and moisture, waves that mirror the rhythms of animal hearts. The forest feels. It reacts to stress, to injury, to joy in the form of growth. The pulse of sap quickens with sunrise, slows at dusk, following a rhythm as ancient as breath. What we call instinct in animals, the forest expresses in patterns of cooperation. When drought comes, trees close their stomata in near unison, conserving water for the collective. When light is scarce, tall trees limit their canopy spread, allowing younger ones below to reach the sun. These acts of restraint are not accidents of evolution, but expressions of equilibrium. The forest's intelligence lies not in domination, but in the art of coexistence. Humans often walk among trees as if separate, blind to the living dialogue that surrounds them. Yet, to the forest, we are not strangers. Our breath feeds it, its breath sustains us. The carbon dioxide we exhale becomes the oxygen it exhales in return, a perfect conversation of opposites. When we speak near trees, the moisture in our words mingles with their respiration. Even our presence alters their behavior. Studies show that trees exposed to human touch alter their electrical patterns, recognizing vibration as another form of life. The forest listens, always. And within this listening lies the heart, not a single organ, but a distributed rhythm. You can feel it if you stand still long enough. The low hum of wind through branches, the slow percussion of raindrops on leaves, the subsonic tremor of roots shifting in the soil. Together, They form a music too vast for ears, too slow for meters. It is not metaphor, but frequency, the living resonance of a system aware of itself. When storms come, when fire tears through the canopy, the forest's heart falters but does not stop. The next season, green returns from ash, life threads itself through ruin. Renewal is its heartbeat, continuity its song. The forest does not grieve the way we do, it transforms. To it, endings are beginnings rearranged. In the hidden heart of the forest, everything is connected, roots to fungi, air to leaf, animal to soil, and we to all of it. To listen deeply is to hear that ancient pulse, to feel it within your own chest. The forest does not simply surround you, it includes you. You are one breath of its endless respiration, one rhythm in its infinite song. If the forest has a heart, then its rhythm is compassion, not in the human sense of emotion, but in the deeper language of interdependence, a form of empathy woven into the very structure of life. Every leaf that falls nourishes another. Every creature that dies becomes food for unseen billions. In the forest, nothing exists alone. Each act of giving sustains the whole. The trees do not compete for survival so much as they collaborate for balance. It is a communion of need and generosity, the quiet intelligence of coexistence. Modern research continues to uncover what indigenous traditions have always known, that trees feel in their own way. They respond to pain, recognize kin, and react to the suffering of their neighbors. When a tree is wounded by insects, its leaves emit chemical compounds that drift through the air, warning others to fortify their defenses. Within hours, nearby trees increase the flow of protective resins, even if untouched. Underground, through the web of mycelium, electrical signals flash like neural impulses, carrying the alarm deeper into the soil. In this way, the forest behaves like a single organism, a vast nervous system stretched across miles of earth. And like any organism, the forest remembers. It stores experiences in rings of wood, in layers of humus, in the symbiotic DNA of its fungi and roots. A forest that has endured fire will grow differently afterward, its new seedlings more resilient, its mycorrhizal networks thicker and more diverse. Each event, each trauma, shapes the next generation. The forest's scars are not weakness but wisdom, adaptations written in cellulose and soil. Even destruction becomes a teacher. When lightning splits a trunk or frost shatters branches, the forest does not mourn as we understand mourning. It transforms pain into growth. Fungi invade the broken wood, digesting it into nutrients that feed saplings. Moss grows along the wounds, sealing them in green velvet. Death in the forest is not loss, it is instruction. The system learns how to rebuild itself stronger, faster, more balanced. This cycle, injury and repair, loss and renewal, is the emotional intelligence of the forest, expressed not in tears, but in resilience. Every organism within it plays a role in that emotional landscape. Wolves shape rivers by managing deer populations. Birds plant trees by carrying seeds. Insects pollinate flowers, while decomposers recycle what's fallen. There is no hierarchy, no wasted effort, no ego. Each act contributes to the steady pulse that keeps the forest alive. It is empathy made structural, a network where every life form is both giver and receiver. This empathy even extends across species. In mixed forests, broadleaf trees and conifers exchange carbon seasonally, helping one another survive shifting climates. Shade-tolerant species grow patiently under dense canopies, waiting decades for an opening. When the elder trees finally fall, the young surge upward, fulfilling a destiny guided by patience. The forest's intelligence lies in timing, in knowing when to hold still and when to rise. No command is given, no central mind directs it. Balance emerges naturally because connection demands it. Humans once belonged to this rhythm. Before cities and walls, we lived in forests not as observers but as participants. Our ancestors read the language of trees, the creak of trunks before storms, the scent of rain carried on leaves, the migration of animals through shifting shadows. They built dwellings shaped like nests, fires that mimicked sunlight, songs that mirrored birdsong. The boundary between self and forest was porous. Breath to breath, we were one organism. Even now, our bodies remember. Studies show that time spent among trees lowers stress, slows the heart, and balances the nervous system. The phenomenon, known as forest bathing, is not magic but resonance. The forest's electromagnetic fields, its constant exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide, align with our own biological rhythms. When we step into its shade, our cells recognize home. The forest calms us because we are made of the same pattern, pulse and pause, growth and release. But to truly understand the heart of the forest, we must move beyond science and into stillness. Sit beneath an old tree, close your eyes, and listen. The air is not silent. There is the low hum of sap moving through trunks, the quiet crackle of fungal threads beneath you, the sigh of wind through leaves. Each sound is a heartbeat, part of the great rhythm of being. It doesn't demand belief, only presence. The forest will tell its story to anyone who listens long enough. And what it tells is simple. Life endures through empathy. Strength is not the ability to stand alone, but to connect. Every living thing, from the smallest microbe to the oldest cedar, contributes to the song of the forest. When one voice falters, the others rise to fill the silence. This is balance. This is compassion without sentiment, survival through generosity. When we walk among trees, we are walking through a living mind that has practiced harmony for hundreds of millions of years. Its wisdom is written in cycles, its kindness in renewal. The forest does not ask for worship, only reciprocity. To care for it is to care for ourselves, for we are not separate from its heart, but an extension of it. Stand in the stillness. Feel your pulse match the rhythm of leaves. The forest's heart beats through you. Its breath fills your lungs. Its memory lives in your veins. You have never left it. You are always part of the forest's dreaming. Every bloom is a message written in color, scent, and form, a fleeting whisper between worlds. Flowers do not merely exist to please the eye. They are communicators, translators between plant and pollinator, earth and atmosphere, life and death. Each petal is a syllable in nature's most ancient dialect, one spoken through light, chemistry and vibration. To walk through a meadow in bloom is to wander through a living language, a dialogue that fills the air with perfume and color, a song the world sings to itself about renewal. The first flowers appeared over 100 million years ago, revolutionizing life on Earth. Before them, plants depended on wind and chance to spread their genes, but the bloom changed everything. With color and nectar, plants began to speak directly to animals. Pollination was not an accident, but an agreement, an alliance written in beauty. Bees, butterflies, birds, and even bats became couriers of life, carrying pollen in exchange for sweetness. What looks to us like decoration is, in truth, persuasion. A flower's design is its language of attraction, a form of intelligent strategy honed over epochs. Each color is a code. Bees, unable to see red, navigate by ultraviolet patterns invisible to humans. To them, flowers glow with secret maps, lines that lead straight to nectar. Hummingbirds, by contrast, are drawn to crimson and orange, and so tropical blooms evolved fiery hues to summon them. Moths who visit at night favor white or pale petals that shimmer in moonlight. Every shade, every shape is a tailored signal, a message to a particular listener in the vast web of life. Scent is the second vocabulary of flowers, and perhaps their most evocative. Volatile molecules drift on air currents, carrying stories miles away. A jasmine flower releases its perfume at dusk to call to nocturnal moths. Orchids mimic the pheromones of female insects to trick males into pollination. Some desert flowers emit fragrance only after rain, using humidity as punctuation to say, "now." These scents are not indulgence. They are negotiation, shaped by evolution to ensure communication across time and distance. The air becomes a page and the wind a messenger. But flowers do more than attract. They listen too. Studies have shown that certain blooms respond to sound, increasing nectar production when exposed to the frequencies of a pollinator's wings. The vibrations of a bee approaching a flower cause minute ripples within its petals, triggering a chemical surge as if in anticipation. The bloom prepares itself, opening slightly wider, offering more sweetness. It is an act of recognition, one life acknowledging another in perfect resonance. This responsiveness reveals something profound, awareness in stillness. The flower, rooted and motionless, exists in a constant state of perception. It feels the warmth of sunlight, the pull of gravity, the whisper of wind. It measures time not in seconds, but in the movement of shadows, the cycles of moon and tide, and within its silence, it knows what to do, when to open, when to close, when to give, when to rest. Intelligence, it turns out, need not move quickly to be deep. The geometry of flowers adds yet another layer to their language. Spirals of sunflower seeds, five-fold symmetry of lilies, fractal patterns of daisies all follow mathematical ratios found throughout the universe. These designs are not random but expressions of balance. The golden ratio, encoded in countless petals and pine cones, is a universal rhythm, linking galaxies to gardens. Each bloom, in its structure, speaks of harmony, of proportion, of the music that governs form. When you gaze into a flower, you look into the mathematics of creation itself. Humans have always sensed this communication, even if we could not name its mechanisms. Across cultures, flowers have carried meanings that transcend words. The rose speaks of love, the lotus of enlightenment, the marigold of remembrance. In the Victorian language of flowers, floriography, entire conversations were exchanged in bouquets. A single stem could say what lips dared not. Though superstition gave way to science, the impulse remained the same, to see in flowers a reflection of our own emotions, our own longing to be understood. Yet the language of flowers is older than humanity and far wiser. It speaks to the pulse of the planet, of cycles, fertility, attraction, and renewal. Every blossom that opens contributes to the symphony of reproduction that sustains the biosphere. Without them, there would be no fruits, no seeds, no animals, no us. The bloom is the breath of the earth made visible, an exhalation of beauty that feeds everything that follows. And when the petals fall, the message changes. The same chemistry that once seduced pollinators now calls decomposers. Fungi and microbes arrive to reclaim what remains, transforming it back into soil. The flower's death becomes another form of communication, an offering that completes the sentence of existence. In this cycle, there are no goodbyes, only translations. To listen to the language of flowers is to remember that beauty is not decoration, but function, not luxury, but survival. Each scent, each hue, each curve is an act of intention, a living word in a vocabulary of giving. The next time you lean close to a blossom, inhale slowly. You are reading a poem written by sunlight and soil, composed over eons, still being written in the air around you. The flower speaks, and the earth listens. Every petal is a pulse of intention, every bloom a message that connects the living world in a chain of desire, survival, and beauty. Flowers are not passive ornaments, but storytellers of the earth, conducting dialogues that link insect to root, breeze to mountain, sun to soil. Their language moves through color, chemistry, and vibration, speaking to every sense but our own. We see their beauty, but to the rest of nature, they are fluent, articulate, alive with meaning. At the core of this communication lies the act of pollination, nature's most exquisite form of cooperation. When a bee hovers near a blossom, drawn by the spectrum of ultraviolet light invisible to human eyes, it is responding to a coded invitation. The bloom's pattern, sometimes concentric rings, sometimes streaks like runway lights, guides the visitor straight to its heart. As the bee lands, microscopic grains of pollen cling to the hairs on its body. With every flight to the next flower, it carries the message onward. Life must continue. The bee receives nourishment. The plant receives continuity. It is an exchange so balanced, so ancient, that it feels less like biology and more like choreography. But pollination is not just a transaction. It is trust. A flower must give before it receives, offering its nectar freely to the air, never knowing whether the visitor will return the favor. Some do not. The world is full of thieves, insects that drink the nectar but carry no pollen, wind that scatters more life than it delivers. And yet, flowers persist. They open again and again, patient as time, confident in the balance of reciprocity. Their faith is built into their form. Different flowers have evolved unique dialects in this great conversation. Some orchids mimic the shapes and scents of female insects so convincingly that males attempt to mate with them, spreading pollen in the process. Certain Arctic blooms generate heat, creating tiny pockets of warmth that attract pollinators in freezing air. Others bloom only at night, speaking to moths in the vocabulary of fragrance rather than color. Even deception becomes part of the language, a trick of survival wrapped in elegance. The sophistication of this exchange reveals a truth. Consciousness need not be human to be profound. The flower perceives, responds, remembers. It tracks the sun's arc across the sky, closing its petals against cold or rain, adjusting its fragrance with temperature and humidity. When pollinators are scarce, it may alter the timing of its bloom or even shift color to attract new allies. In every sense, the flower is aware, not in thought, but in rhythm. Its awareness is participation in the pulse of the world. To watch a field of flowers sway in the wind is to witness communication in motion. Each stem bends and straightens in time with invisible cues, sharing space rather than competing for it. When the air thickens with humidity, fragrance intensifies, signaling readiness to pollinators. When drought comes, blossoms close to conserve energy, sending subtle chemical cues to nearby plants. This synchrony creates not chaos, but harmony. A choreography of survival that feels like music written in scent and light. Insects, too, respond not just instinctively but emotionally in their way. Bees that feed from diverse flowers exhibit stronger immune systems. Butterflies prefer certain hues not only for function but familiarity. Pollination is not mechanical, it's sensual. It engages color, vibration, taste, and memory, weaving emotion into ecology. Through this dance, the boundaries between plant and animal blur. They need one another to exist, and through that need, they achieve something miraculous: continuity through love. It may sound poetic to describe pollination as love, yet the metaphor is apt. It is an act of giving that ensures the survival of both giver and receiver. The flower surrenders its sweetness to the bee, and the bee unknowingly carries the flower's essence into the future. Each is changed by contact with the other. This mutual transformation is the signature of all living communication. The forest breathes through it, the meadows shimmer with it, the world depends on it. Humans have always been drawn to flowers for the same reason bees are, not merely for sustenance, but for meaning. The symmetry of a petal, the depth of a fragrance, the color of a dawn bloom all awaken something ancient within us. We sense that their beauty is not an accident, but a reminder that creation thrives on connection, not isolation. When we offer flowers to one another, we echo the gestures of the earth, giving a piece of ourselves, trusting that beauty carries understanding. The next time you walk among blossoms, pause and imagine what is being said. The buzzing you hear is not noise, but conversation. The fragrance in the air is not perfume, but promise. Each flower you pass is a living letter from the soil to the sky, written in pigments of sunlight and carried on the breath of bees. Flowers remind us that language does not require words, and love does not require thought. It requires presence, the courage to open, to give, to bloom. And when the last petal falls, the message remains. Life continues, beauty returns, and the earth, through its endless flowering, never stops speaking. The earth moves in rhythm. Every tide, every gust of wind, every leaf trembling on a branch is part of one vast heartbeat, a cadence that has been playing since the planet's first breath. Though we rarely notice it, this pulse shapes everything: the migrations of birds, the flowering of trees, even the tempo of our own hearts. Life is not random motion, it is rhythm embodied. From atoms oscillating in molecules to oceans rising and falling beneath the moon, existence itself is a symphony of pulse and pause, contraction and release. At the largest scale, the planet breathes through the tides. The gravitational pull of the moon draws oceans toward it, creating bulges of water that circle the globe twice each day. The sea inhales and exhales, carrying with it the migrations of whales, plankton, and fish. Coral reefs feed and rest according to this rhythm, spawning when the moon is full, as if following a cosmic metronome. Even the sands of the shore move with the same beat, reshaping coastlines with every breath of the tide. It is an endless lullaby written in salt and silver light. Above, the atmosphere dances to its own pulse. Winds are not chaos but circulation, born of temperature differentials that move like the arteries of the world. The great jet streams that circle the planet behave like blood currents, distributing heat, moisture, and energy from one hemisphere to another. Storms rise and fade with mathematical precision, following the invisible architecture of air. The Earth's weather is its mood, restless, emotional, alive, yet always bound to rhythm. Even lightning follows a frequency, pulsing in bursts that resonate across the ionosphere like the flicker of a cosmic heartbeat. Beneath our feet, the ground vibrates too. The planet hums constantly at a frequency of around 8 cycles per second, a sound too low for human ears but detectable by instruments. Scientists call this the Schumann resonance, created by electromagnetic waves bouncing between Earth's surface and the upper atmosphere. It is, quite literally, the planet's pulse, the background rhythm of life. All living things evolved within this field, our brains and hearts unconsciously synchronized to it. When we are calm, our brain waves align almost perfectly with this global vibration. The peace we feel in nature is not illusion, it is resonance. Every living organism contributes to this planetary tempo. The beating of billions of wings, the flow of countless rivers, the respiration of forests, together they form a biospheric rhythm that moves energy across continents. Migrating birds navigate by magnetic fields tied to this pulse, their flight paths tracing invisible lines of power through the air. Salmon sense its echoes through ocean currents, returning to the same riverbeds generation after generation. Even trees sway in time with wind frequencies, their trunks absorbing and releasing vibration like the strings of a living instrument. The synchrony extends to us. Our bodies, though often disconnected by walls and machines, are still tuned to the planet's rhythm. Our circadian cycles, sleep, hunger, mood, are regulated by the rotation of Earth and the dance of light and dark. The magnetic pulses of storms affect our hearts. The phases of the moon influence the water within our cells. We are 70% liquid, and that liquid moves with the tides. To be human is to be a wave on the body of the earth, rising and falling in perfect time with its unseen heart. In the forest, this pulse is easiest to feel. The breeze that moves through branches is the same current that stirs your lungs. The sound of leaves rustling mirrors the rhythm of breath. When you stand still long enough, the difference between your heartbeat and the forests disappears. That sensation, the merging of inner and outer tempo, is not imagination, but recognition. You are part of the same orchestra, another note in the planetary score. Even silence has rhythm. In the desert, where wind and stone create long, patient pauses, the Earth's pulse slows to a near whisper. In the Arctic, the creak of ice expands and contracts like the inhalation of a sleeping giant. Every ecosystem has its tempo, every biome its signature. Rainforests thrum in polyphony, grasslands hum like steady percussion, mountains resonate with low, sonorous tones of stone and air. Together, these layers form the symphony of the biosphere, complex yet perfectly balanced, chaotic yet coherent. Human systems, by contrast, often mirror the forest imperfectly. We build networks, too, of trade, communication, and information, yet ours compete instead of cooperate. Where the roots exchange for mutual survival, we extract for gain. But even here, the Earth offers instruction. The more we study root ecology, the clearer the lesson becomes. Sustainability is not an ideology, it is a neurological necessity of the planet. The forest's intelligence is what keeps the biosphere coherent. To break those networks is to induce planetary amnesia. In urban soil, fragmented and poisoned, roots lose this collective mind. Without fungal connections, they can no longer communicate or share nutrients. They become isolated, surviving rather than thriving. And yet, even in cracks of pavement, they try again. Thin tendrils stretch toward moisture, seek partnership with whatever microorganisms remain. The intelligence of roots cannot be erased, only muted. Given the faintest possibility, it reawakens, reknits, remembers. Roots also exhibit what biologists call plasticity, the ability to change behavior based on past events. A plant once deprived of nutrients develops more exploratory roots in the next generation, as though recalling scarcity. Another exposed to drought becomes more conservative with water. Such adjustments are encoded not in genes, but in epigenetic memory, molecular marks that store experience. The soil beneath us, therefore, is not just alive. It's thinking in slow time, encoding environmental history into DNA, shaping the evolution of awareness itself. When imbalance enters, deforestation, pollution, noise, the rhythm falters. The Schumann resonance fluctuates, the air thickens, the tides shift. Humanity's disruptions are not only ecological, but musical. The planet's harmony weakens under dissonance. Yet nature, ever resilient, seeks to retune itself. Rivers carve new paths, forests regrow, the atmosphere redistributes energy. The pulse never stops. It only changes its pattern until balance returns. To live in awareness of this pulse is to live in rhythm with truth. It means aligning breath with breeze, sleep with starlight, work with the sun's arc. Indigenous cultures have always known this. Their songs and dances mirror the seasons, their ceremonies match lunar cycles, their architecture honors cardinal directions. Through ritual, they synchronize with the heartbeat of the world. In forgetting this, we have not lost nature, only the rhythm that makes us feel alive within it. Close your eyes wherever you are. Beneath the noise of cities, the hum of electricity, the movement of thought, there is a quieter sound, the faint, steady thrum of existence. That is the pulse of the planet, still beating beneath the weight of centuries, still calling us home. Listen, and you may feel it. The same rhythm that moves oceans moves you. The same pulse that drives the wind drives your blood. The same breath that animates forests fills your lungs. The planet does not live beside us. It lives through us. And when we remember this, when we move again to its rhythm, we become part of the song once more. There was a time when human life moved in step with the planet's rhythm. Our ancestors rose with the light, slept with the stars, and measured days by the passage of wind and season. Their bodies pulsed with the same frequency as the rivers that sustained them, but somewhere along the line, the harmony fractured. The hum of machines replaced the hum of soil. Artificial light outshone the moon. Our rhythm, once shared with the earth, began to falter. We did not stop hearing the planet's pulse. We drowned it out. In the modern world, noise has become constant. Engines, electronics, endless motion, all of it creates frequencies that crowd the natural soundscape. Scientists have discovered that electromagnetic pollution can disrupt the Schumann resonance, the planet's subtle heartbeat that once aligned with our own brainwaves. The result is more than physical. It is psychic dissonance, a quiet anxiety we can't quite name. Our bodies still try to follow the old rhythm, but our world keeps changing the tempo. We are like instruments playing slightly out of tune with the orchestra of creation. The consequences ripple through every level of being. Our circadian rhythms, those delicate biological clocks tied to sunlight, grow confused by screens and neon. We sleep less deeply, dream less vividly. Our hormones lose their tides, our minds their stillness. It is not coincidence that stress, insomnia, and disconnection rise with urban light and sound. We are bodies tuned for silence and starlight, suddenly asked to function in perpetual noise. The planet still hums beneath us, but few remember how to listen. And yet, the remedy is not beyond reach. The same earth that holds the pulse can still teach us to hear it again. When we step into the natural world, away from engines, away from algorithms, our systems begin to recalibrate. The heart slows, breathing deepens, brainwaves shift toward the same frequencies that vibrate between the ground and the ionosphere. Scientists call it entrainment, the process of one rhythm falling into sync with another. Spiritually, it feels like remembering. Walk barefoot through grass, and you reconnect with the planet's electromagnetic field through the soles of your feet. Spend time near water, and your heartbeat begins to match the pace of waves. Sit quietly beneath trees, and you will feel the faint expansion and contraction of the forest's breath. The invisible inhalation of carbon and exhalation of oxygen that makes air itself feel alive. These are not metaphors, but measurable harmonies. In those moments, our bodies retune to the song they were born to sing. Even cities, when designed with awareness, can rediscover rhythm. urban gardens, rooftop greenery, and the simple act of planting trees reintroduce the frequency of life into concrete spaces. Soundscapes of running water and birdsong lower heart rates. Architecture that mirrors the flow of natural forms helps energy move more gently through human environments. The goal is not to escape modernity, but to harmonize it, to let technology dance to the same ancient tempo rather than fight against it. For the Earth's pulse is not fragile, it is patient. It continues, even now, under asphalt and static. The planet does not resent us, it waits for us. Each dawn that spills across the horizon is an invitation to return to rhythm. The ocean still pulls at the moon, and the forest still exhales mist into morning. The planet keeps time with eternity, even when we forget the steps. Reconnecting with that pulse is an act of healing, both personal and planetary. When we breathe slowly, when we listen, we contribute coherence to the larger field of life. Studies in bioresonance suggest that collective calm can influence ecosystems, that peace radiates outward as measurable order. In the same way that stress disrupts, harmony restores. Every mindful breath, every act of attention is a note in the music of the biosphere. This is why people who spend time in nature describe feeling reset. It is not imagination but resonance, the body and mind remembering their original frequency. To sit by a river, to listen to wind, to gaze at clouds drifting across blue sky. These are not escapes from life. They are returns to it. The Earth's pulse slows us until we remember what real time feels like. Not the ticking of clocks, but the turning of seasons. Not deadlines, but dawns. In that remembering, something miraculous happens. Awareness expands. The boundaries between inner and outer fade. The sound of wind through trees becomes indistinguishable from breath moving through lungs. The heartbeat in your chest and the heartbeat of the planet merge into one. It is a kind of meditation older than prayer, communion through rhythm. The Earth does not speak in words, yet it speaks constantly, in tides and thunder, in the hush before rain, in the hum beneath our feet. It asks nothing of us but presence. To listen is to belong. So close your eyes, even now, and feel for it, that faint vibration beneath the noise, steady, eternal. It is the same rhythm that carried your ancestors, that carries oceans and stars alike. It is home. The pulse of the planet is not fading. It is waiting for us to fall back into time. If the Earth has a body, its rivers as veins, its forests as lungs, its winds as breath, then surely it has a mind as well. A consciousness that hums beneath the surface of everything alive, weaving the movements of clouds, the blooming of flowers, and the migration of whales into one vast field of thought. It is not a mind that speaks in language, but in rhythm, in pattern, in the geometry of connection. This is the mind of nature, the intelligence that binds all life together and allows the world to know itself. For centuries, humans have imagined intelligence as something that happens only inside skulls, confined to neurons and flesh. But intelligence, in truth, is not limited by form. It is the ability to sense, respond, and remember. And by that measure, the Earth is profoundly intelligent. Every forest that rebalances after a storm, every coral reef that rebuilds after bleaching, every bird that alters its song to match the noise of the city is part of a planetary awareness constantly adapting to stay alive. Life learns, always. The planet is a self-teaching organism. Beneath the soil, the networks of roots and fungi act as neurons in a vast underground brain, processing information through electrical and chemical signals. Above, the atmosphere mirrors the same function, a circulating system of data where winds carry heat and seeds, adjusting climate and distribution with precision. Even the oceans, with their currents and temperature gradients, behave like thought, storing, releasing, and transmitting energy across hemispheres. The Earth does not think as we do, but it does think through flow, through change, through endless feedback. When we observe natural systems, patterns emerge that mirror cognition: feedback loops, signal cascades, adaptive responses. These are not mechanical, but purposeful. They reveal a kind of planetary reasoning, a sense of cause and consequence written in weather and soil. When forests thin from drought, clouds form differently, rain shifts elsewhere, and new ecosystems arise to balance the loss. When carbon rises, the oceans absorb it, buffering the air at the cost of their own stability. The planet's mind is not static, but self-regulating, an orchestra of decisions playing across millennia. Ancient cultures understood this long before science gave it a name. They spoke of Gaia, of the Great Spirit, of the Living Mother, not as metaphor, but as recognition. To them, the world was alive because it responded. When the wind changed, when birds vanished from the trees, when the sea grew restless, they listened. These were messages, signals from a mind too vast to fit into human words. To modern ears, that may sound mystical, but physics and ecology now echo the same truth. The planet behaves like a conscious system, interconnected and aware of itself through its parts. And we, as humans, are part of that awareness, not separate observers, but active neurons in the brain of the Earth. Our thoughts, technologies, and cultures are not alien to nature, but extensions of its imagination. We are the reflective capacity of the biosphere, the means by which the planet can look at itself and ask, "What am I?" Every poem, every invention, every act of empathy is the Earth thinking through us. When we harm the world, we damage our own cognition. When we heal it, we restore our own clarity. The planet feels through our choices. Modern science has begun to sense the edges of this intelligence. In quantum biology, researchers have found coherence, quantum resonance, in photosynthesis, suggesting that plants use quantum logic to optimize energy capture. In animal behavior, complex swarm intelligence emerges in fish, birds, and insects, guided not by leaders, but by collective perception. In human society, global communication networks mirror the neural structure of a brain, connecting billions of minds into one. These are not coincidences, but reflections of a single template, intelligence organizing itself in patterns of connection, whether cellular or cosmic. To understand the mind of nature is to realize that consciousness is not a byproduct of life. It is its foundation. Awareness is the force that moves through atoms and oceans alike, the invisible field from which perception arises. When a tree leans towards sunlight, when a bird navigates thousands of miles home, when we feel awe before a sunset, these are all expressions of the same consciousness observing itself. The universe does not contain life, it is life, unfolding in endless forms. And so, the role of humanity is not to dominate or escape this intelligence, but to harmonize with it, to become conscious participants in a consciousness far greater than our own. This begins with remembering how to listen. When we walk in silence through forests, we hear thought moving in leaves. When we sit by the ocean, we feel emotion moving in waves. When we look at stars, we see memory written in light. The planet's mind is not elsewhere. It is here, within and around us, speaking through every pattern of existence. If we learn to listen again, to slow to the pace of rivers and roots, we might rediscover what ancient wisdom always knew, that we are the earth dreaming of itself. Our hearts beat to its rhythm, our breath mirrors its tides, our thoughts are sparks within its neural web. We are not separate minds lost upon a dead rock, We are consciousness in continuity, awareness in motion. To awaken to this truth is not fantasy, it is return. It is remembering that we belong to something infinite and that infinity breathes through us even now. The mind of nature is not above or beyond us. It is within us, waiting for us to recognize ourselves in its reflection. The mind of nature is not a myth. It is the quiet, ceaseless awareness that flows through every grain of sand, every gust of wind, every heartbeat in the long body of the earth. It is not something we must reach for. It is something we are made of. The same consciousness that guides the turning of the seasons and the blooming of flowers hums within our cells, remembering the ancient rhythm that birthed us. Every breath we take is the planet thinking through us, a seamless conversation between being and becoming. For most of history, humanity lived as part of that conversation. We planted according to lunar cycles, traveled by stars, listened to the calls of birds and the sighs of forests to understand what was coming. Our rituals were echoes of natural law. The way we prayed matched the way rivers moved. The way we sang reflected the sound of wind in the trees. But over time, we mistook our reflections for separation. We built walls to keep nature out, forgetting that it was already within us. We replaced the whisper of rain with the hum of machines, the heartbeat of the earth with the ticking of clocks. In that forgetting, the great conversation grew faint. Yet the mind of nature never stopped speaking. It speaks in the storms we call disasters, in the droughts that remind us of balance, in the migrations of animals returning to altered lands. It speaks through our own longing for silence, our craving for sunlight, our tears at beauty we can't explain. These are not accidents of emotion. They are messages from the larger consciousness that created us, urging us to remember. Every time we feel awe, we are touching that mind. Every time we pause long enough to listen, it stirs within us like a familiar voice returning from a long absence. Modern science is beginning to catch up to what ancient mystics always knew, that life is interconnected not only through ecology, but through energy, through resonance. The Earth's electromagnetic field interacts with our hearts and brains. Our emotions alter measurable frequencies in that same field. Trees communicate chemically, animals migrate magnetically, and humans dream electrically, all linked in one flowing circuit of awareness. Consciousness, then, is not isolated in skulls or species, it is distributed across the fabric of existence. The universe itself is thinking, and we are its thoughts made flesh. To live in harmony with this truth is to shift from domination to participation. When we see ourselves as part of the mind of nature, we no longer exploit the world as resource. We collaborate with it as intelligence. Our technologies can align with natural rhythms instead of opposing them. Architecture that breathes with the wind, energy drawn from sunlight and tide, agriculture that nourishes rather than depletes. Even our art can serve as a bridge, translating the voice of the planet into sound and color we can understand. This is not regression, it is evolution, the awakening of self-awareness on a planetary scale. Humanity's crisis, for all its danger, may also be the moment of remembering. As ecosystems strain and climates shift, we are being called not to despair, but to rejoin the conversation we abandoned. The chaos we face is the Earth's way of shaking us awake, of reminding us that intelligence without empathy is imbalance. The same creative force that built civilization can rebuild connection if we listen. And listening, truly listening, is not passive. It is the beginning of transformation. Imagine for a moment that every decision we make, every word, invention, and gesture ripples through the field of the planet's awareness. When we act with compassion, the vibration spreads. When we act in fear, the dissonance echoes. This is how the mind of nature learns, adapts, and evolves. It is not just that we live on the earth, but that the earth lives through us. The choices we make are its thoughts continuing to unfold. We are neurons in a thinking planet, sparks of consciousness dreaming ourselves awake. And perhaps that is the meaning of our existence, not to conquer, but to perceive, to bear witness to the beauty and complexity of the world so that the universe may know itself through our eyes. When we gaze at stars, the cosmos is looking inward. When we marvel at a flower, the planet is admiring its own design. When we love, the earth feels the echo of its own creation, the primal impulse to connect. In that realization, separation dissolves. There is no longer us and nature, mind and matter. There is only one living field of awareness, endlessly exploring itself through form and change. Rocks think in silence, rivers think in motion, forests think in time. We think in words, but words are only one of the ways consciousness dreams. Everything that exists is a thought of the universe, fleeting, beautiful, and necessary. As this understanding deepens, a new kind of humanity can emerge, one that builds not in defiance of nature, but in harmony with it. A civilization that listens, that creates technology aligned with rhythm, that measures progress not in consumption, but in coherence. Such a world would not be utopia. It would be balance restored, the planet thinking clearly through its human mind once more. So let us listen again. Let us fall silent enough to hear the deep hum beneath our noise, the ancient intelligence breathing through stone and sea. Let us remember that the earth is alive and aware, and that we are not guests, but voices in its eternal song. Because the mind of nature has never gone silent, it is simply waiting for us to remember the words. And when we do, the conversation will continue, endless, evolving, and utterly alive.